Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us.
You came from heaven to earth,
To show the way,
from the earth to the cross,
my debt to pay.
from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us.
Came from heaven to earth,
To show the way,
from the earth to the cross,
my debt to pay,
from the cross to the grave.
from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. You came from heaven to earth to show the way, from the earth to the cross, my debt to pay, from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high.
Never give nor take an excuse. Ignite the mind spark to raise the sun in you. There is no part of my life upon which I can look back without pain. Florence Nightingale. A warm and pleasant morning to all. I am honored to be addressing a room full of brilliant minds and proficient beings. With a heart full of gratitude, I welcome each and every one of you. It's a privilege to witness your presence as we lead to our International Conference 2022 to discuss the theme Excellence in Healthcare Innovation and Nursing Practice with a Global Outlook. It's a great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Deepa Prasad. She has been working with the United Nations for nearly 2 decades. Her profile includes working with the World Health Organization (UNDP), heading the UN Population Fund at the Odisha State Office. She is currently the Chief of Programs at UNFPA, India Office. Dr. Deepa is an obstetrician from Bangalore Medical College and holds a master's degree in public health with specialization in health service management from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. It's an honorable moment for us to have a prestigious presence with us today. We welcome you, ma'am. I extend my warm welcome to our special guest, Dr. Ramu K, Dean Argyritis. He is such a knowledgeable person with many years of experience in the field of nursing. He has organized and trained 1 lakh nurses on COVID management. Dr. Ramu has presented many research papers which includes type 2 diabetes at Tokyo, Japan and on psychological problems among street children in foster homes at Dubai, UAE. He has published and reviewed research articles both in national and international journals. He was awarded the Best Principal in the year 2006 on the occasion of International Nurses Day. We are happy to have such an accomplished personality with us here today. We welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speakers. We have with us today Dr. I. Clement. He is currently working as Professor, HOD, Research and Development at RV College of Nursing, Bangalore. He holds a very long professional journey of over 32 years from auxiliary nurse to doctorate in nursing. Dr. Clement has published 70 nursing books, for nursing and paramedical courses and 60 scientific and research articles in national and international journals. He has received the Florence Nightingale Award for Best Principal at Raj Bhavan, Bangalore, Bangalore Education Excellence Award and the New Delhi National Mahila Ratan Gold Medal Award. We are extremely happy with your presence today. We wholeheartedly welcome you. Let's welcome Dr. Mala Thai Manavan, our keynote speaker for the day. Dr. Mala is currently working in Lagos, Nigeria since Jan 2020 as a Chief Nursing Officer in Evercare Hospital. She has worked in Saudi Arabia for about 2 years as nurse educator. Dr. Mala has an impressive 23 years of experience in corporate nursing operation in hospitals and academics. We are delighted to have you amongst us today. We welcome you, ma'am. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all our panel discussion team. Dr. Larissa Martha Sams, member of INC New Delhi and principal of Lakshmi Memorial College of Nursing, Bangalore. We welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Tracia Dennis, principal, Ebenezer College and School of Nursing. We welcome you, ma'am. Mr. Raghavendra Kamplu, Advanced Clinical Practitioner, Accident and Emergency Department, Newham University Hospital, London. We welcome you, sir. Dr. G. Balamurugan, Registrar and HOD, Department of Mental Health Nursing, Ramaya Institute of Nursing Education and Research. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Nisha Clement, Associate Professor, ESIC College of Nursing. We welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Jayalakshmi N, Professor and HOD, Government College of Nursing. We welcome you, ma'am. Our heartiest welcome goes to all our advisory board members. Professor Usha M. Bandari, Registrar, Karnataka State Nursing Council. Dr. Brojo Gopal Sarkar, Sub-Assistant Family Planning Officer, Singra Ubasilla Health, Bangladesh. Dr. Jyoti Martis, Pediatric Nursing, Canada. Dr. Amit Kumar Sarkar, Resident Medical Officer, Bangladesh. Dr. Jasmine Joseph, former syndicate member and Deputy Registrar, RJHS and Principal at New Royal College of Nursing, Bangalore. Professor Sridhar KV, Principal, College of Nursing, Adarsh University. We are overwhelmed by your presence and we humbly adore your work. Welcome you all. I take this great opportunity to thank and welcome our sponsor, Medlearn, which is a digital learning solution for hospitals and healthcare professionals. It acts as a one-stop digital solution for staff productivity, talent and training management and professional development. We have amongst us today Dr. Renu Rawat, Head Content Strategy, Medlearn. Dr. Renu Rawat is an expert in healthcare learning with over 10 years of experience in this field. During these years, she has been instrumental in creating specialized learning and development solutions for healthcare professionals. We are grateful and honored to have you. We extend our warm welcome to the entire team of Medlearn and to you, ma'am. It's my privilege to welcome our Chief Patron, Mr. Sanjeev Chinjoli, Chairman, Ebenezer Group of Institutions. You are the beacon and guiding force for us. We are glad to have you amongst us today. We welcome you, sir. Our dear Secretary, Mrs. Upasana Chincholi, you have been a great motivation for all our endeavors. We welcome you wholeheartedly. Heartiest welcome to our patrons, Mr. Pankaj Roy, Executive Director, and Mr. Lofi Velara, CEO, Ebenezer Group of Institutions. We are empowered by your leadership and inspired by your directions. It's with great joy that I welcome you both. I am delighted to welcome our Principal, Dr. Kumar, Ebenezer Management College to this international conference. Extending my warm welcome to our Research Coordinator, Professor Kavya R., all our conference committee members, technical team, teaching and non-teaching fraternity of a college, and dear students, a hearty welcome to you all. With great pride, I welcome all those who are presenting their papers and participants for this international conference. Welcome you all. Lastly, I welcome all good things to this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Neetu Valera, and as we welcome you to for our conference. There is nothing like a concrete life planned away you, because if you always have one eye on future goal, you stop paying attention to the job at hand and opportunities. So stay fixedly on your path, leads you newer opening. I'm Casey to have a tremendous person to address the gathering. Dr. Deepa Prasad, Chief Programs and Technical Support, United Nations Population Fund. I welcome you, ma'am, to address the viewers.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Am I clear and audible?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Audible.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the team at the Ebenezer College and School of Nursing for this international conference and choosing this very pertinent theme.
We cannot hear, ma'am. Voice is not audible.
Okay, I was just checking. Okay, can you hear now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear now.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the team at the Ebenezer College and School of Nursing for this international conference, picking up this theme, which is excellence in healthcare innovation and nursing practice with a global outlook. I'm also really happy to be part of this conference that has participation of eminent personalities and learned people in this field from India and other countries. The global healthcare today is not what it was 10 years ago. All of you would agree. And this is largely due to factors such as greater investments in research that have helped bring about innovations and practices which have advanced the healthcare. 100 years ago, even maybe having a bedpan was an innovation. A wheelchair was an innovation. From bedpans to artificial intelligence, the healthcare sector has come a long way, and this has revolutionized the healthcare to the patient. All this has translated to tremendous benefits and progress in terms of better and accessible treatment, better and more efficient care, better disease control, and also leading to longevity and comforts for the humankind. Within the spectrum of health cadre, nursing cadre has been the backbone of service, which is unparalleled to any other. As I speak, nurses have already saved several lives through their impeccable service and their openness to adopt innovations in technology in patient care. We already know in any profession, especially in the medical field, if you have to be competent and to provide exceptional care, it is imperative that we need to equip ourselves with latest knowledge and skills, especially in technological advancement. Today in India, there is a shortage of some 2 million nurses, about 20 lakhs. This is a recent report from the Ministry of Health. And what is critical is that we need nurses, but also need nurses who are skilled, who are able to learn and adopt new technology that are most in demand. It is not that we learn everything while we are at the institution, because every day there is something new coming up. So we should be trying to update ourselves and open to learning. There are several technology-based innovations that have emerged in healthcare. If I have to list a few, and I would like to start off with the most simple, which is telemedicine or remote healthcare. Many of you may be aware how widely this is adopted to connect rural health facilities and rural people. For example, an ECG which is taken at a remote health facility is examined and read and advised by a cardiologist in Bangalore. This has also been very helpful during the pandemic, what we've seen. The second area, something which you must have heard, is the augmented or virtual reality. This is used largely for training of doctors, nurses, frontline workers, also in assisting surgery and pain treatment. Then there is something called Internet of Medical Things. For example, A patient's heart rate can be regularly monitored, or even blood glucose levels can be monitored and alerted by to the patient and to the healthcare providers for action. Then we also have real-time dashboards where the vital signs are monitored regularly. It's used in tele-ICUs and remote monitoring. For example, even monitoring pregnant lady who is in labor, both intrapartum and immediate postpartum care, so that immediate decisions can be taken. Then there is something called the blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, which is the most recent. And this represents the epitome of medical interventions. And this is going to transform the healthcare, including nursing, with its use in personalization therapies, use of virtual health assistants, robots, chatbots, etc. Some of you must have heard, or most of us must have heard about how Alexa is being used. And similarly, and such innovations are coming into the healthcare industry. And it's very crucial for the nursing cadre because it's not that you're going to work just here. All of you would be going abroad, working in several countries. And not just that, even if you're getting into a government job, whether it's a public health sector, we've seen that technology is being used extensively. We also heard about how drones are used to deliver vaccines and medicines. Nurses are always known for their creativity and imagination when solving patient care dilemmas. There is hardly any intervention or treatment or healthcare program in which nurses do not play a part. Thus, any success or advancement of innovation will depend on how well our nursing cadre is trained and how well they are able to manage and how confident they are. However, I would like to draw your attention to one critical factor. That is, technology lacks the human touch. One of the critical roles the nurses play is of establishing relationship with patients and their families beyond explaining medications or taking their vital signs or supporting them in their daily needs. I would like to cite one example, a personal example. When my mother was hospitalized at a multi-speciality corporate hospital that had the most advanced technology, something that really touched her and made a difference to her was the nursing care she received and not the sophisticated instruments. Therefore, it's the combination of innovations, human touch that the nurses render that results in best experience for patients. Excellence involves caring in action, and this is fundamental to achieving optimal health outcomes for the patient. This is the right time for institutions in India, especially nursing institutions, to bring in increased caliber and produce high quality nurses with clinical, technological, and management skills. Another important factor is the management skills, which should help them stand out in the global context. And I believe Ebenezer Nursing College is striving for the same. When we talk about excellence or innovation, it's all about giving the students the right set of exposure and training. It's not about working faster or harder, but working smarter to shape the future care. I hope today's panel discussion and paper presentation will bring insights and encourage students to bring in new innovations into the nursing practice. I wish all the best for this conference, and I'm sure it will bring in a lot of insights and new ideas and stimulate the whole nursing team who's part of organizing this conference, especially the students and the faculty. Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this conference. All the best. Thank you.
That was a wonderful video. The kids of Ebenezer had shown their respect towards the teachers. Thank you, Dr. Deepa Prasad, for describing the need of innovation in new world of nursing within the short period of time. Thank you so much for your valuable advices. The distance between number 1 and number 2 is always a constant. If you want to improve the organization, you have to improve yourself, and the organization gets pulled up with you. We have a high regard for Dr. Ramu K., Dean, Faculty Nursing, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science. I request Dr. Ramu K. to address the conference.
Very good morning, all of you. First of all, at the outset, I congratulate Ebenezer Group of Institutions, especially Dr. Teresi Amma. Madam, really, I'll appreciate you a lot, your hard work, your contribution, not only in the profession, even the TNAI, Karnataka State Branch, is well recognized. We made laurels to the profession. Thank you so much on behalf of entire nursing fraternity. Wholeheartedly, really have done a great job in our profession. And as for this today's international webinar, the excellence in healthcare innovations and nursing practice, really the topic is excellent, no doubt, very good topic you have chosen. And you know this, as Dr. Deepa mentioned clearly about the innovations and the role of nurses. You know, the nurses are fundamental to the high quality of healthcare, and they're playing critical role in healthcare system. Nurses play a key role in determining quality of health and social care. And nursing, you know, this nursing is a highly complex, demanding profession requiring knowledge, skills. Critical thinking is very, very important, and they should have dedication, commitment, and hard work. That's why, because of all these qualities, our President of India, Prime Minister of India, really they appreciated our Indian nurses, especially during the COVID pandemic. Our Prime Minister of India described doctors and nurses as reincarnation of God, right? Just imagine, he described nurses as a God designated. And these nurses, according to him, according to President of India, Prime Minister of India, these nurses saved they saved the people from COVID pandemic. You know, they're active. They're very actively participated in immunization, giving health education, and controlling the infection control. Controlling the infection. You know, you might have seen this during this COVID pandemic. Especially the telemedicine, telenursing, what Dr. Deepa has told, it played very important role. Especially the nurses are educating through phone, like in South Africa, the nurses are through phone. They're controlling HIV infection frequently. They're in touch with the public, about that. So, like this, during the pandemic, our nurses plays very important role. And you know this, WHO explains that health innovation improves the efficacy, effectiveness, quality, sustainability, safety, and affordability of healthcare. Right, and there are variety of innovations in clinical practice. You know this, many of know this. Computer assistance, wireless technology, evidence-based practice, procedure manual, right? Emergency medical services, management and leadership, triage, infection control. Such type of many innovations are there, and all these innovations played by our nurses. They're implemented such type of innovations by our nurses, like in the form of you can see like nurse anesthetic. Now new trend in nursing profession, telenursing, variations in tradition role, hospice nurses. So there are variety of nurses, lots of responsibilities of nurses. They're playing in different specializations. And you know, recently there is in America in 2019, there is a research survey. According to that research, right, they conducted a survey on 600 nurses, right, and it found that the survey found that 82% of nurses, they agree that new technology and equipment innovation will positively impact on patient care. So the innovations really the technologies, medical technologies and innovations play a very important role, and it improves the quality of patient care also. Just because of this new medical technologies, they make life easier for the doctors and nurses, even for the patients. You might have seen this, movie, which we use smartwatch. We can check our pulse rate, we can check our oxygen. Not only the health professionals, the patients are aware of all this. It's very easy. It's very easy to educate the public and the cancer. And very important new nursing technologies. Smart beds, wearables, electronic health records, central applications, especially nowadays is very common. Artificial intelligence. Even it is even almost all this year conducted a workshop on this artificial intelligence. They are planning to implement this course in Rajiv Gandhi University also. Of course, this artificial intelligence already implemented in engineering courses, right? So with this, for all these new innovations and technology, right? The nurses get for training. I feel very strongly. I feel our definitely they're getting training. So if the nurses will get good training in medical technology and innovation, you will improve the quality of care. So thank you so much, the principal, for this opportunity. The brief speech, very brief speech, and thank you so much, other the legends I can see in the speakers. The are very thank you so much for giving me, madam. Once again, have a nice day, and I hope this international will go and knowledge. Welcome. It should be. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
That is what called nursing. That's why that name is given to your profession. You are dealing, never whether they like it or not, I'm telling you, you have to be with sick people. That's our profession. We have taken it. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ramu, for your appreciations for Ebenezer family. Thank you for giving a nice speech on importance of critical thinking and innovation, role of nurse in the pandemic situation. And thank you for explaining the new innovation, artificial intelligence in nursing. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful section. It's our privilege to have a successful captain to sail our ship. I would like to invite our chief patron, Mr. Sanjeev Chinjoli, Chairman, Ebenezer Group of Institution, to address the onlookers.
Good morning, one and all, and Swagata, Suswagata Ellarigu. Very warm welcome to dignitaries who are participating. Today we are organized international conference in nursing. So I would wish all the best and all the participants, all the dignitaries who are participating. And this is a platform where you can learn, let learn, teach, and grasp as much as knowledge you can. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಿತ್ಯ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್ ಟು ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, sir, for your greetings. Always head looks straight to friend. It is an immense pleasure to have a wonderful and veteran nightingale to lead us, and we are really honored to hear from her. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tracia Dennis, Principal, Ebenezer School and College of Nursing, to address the listeners.
A very good morning, professional friends.
ladies and gentlemen. With the grace of God, I am standing before you on the occasion of our first international conference today. It's all about our happiness with all your support and effective coordination since from almost 2 months. Innovations in nursing initiated during Florence Nightingale's era 18th century in all specializations. Almost 2 centuries before, for the reason nursing is an independent and challenging profession today. At the outset, with immense pleasure, I would like to greet and warm welcome all the dignitaries, experts from across the globe, all my colleagues, senior, junior professionals who has taken the responsibility as their own task to unite with Ebenezer Nursing family for conducting the first international conference on excellence in healthcare, innovation and nursing practice with a global outlook. We are very happy to announce that we have received around 129 abstracts, scrutinized, analyzed and selected for only few presentations related to our conference theme and sub-theme, that's new trends and innovations in client care settings in each specialization. Today we have around 2,000 participants worldwide joined together. As you all know that innovations and dynamic changes occurring every moment to create new trends in healthcare. It's our outcome to be the economic development and welcome and welfare of needs of the people and needy people. It has to reach the individual, families, groups, communities and the country. I am ever grateful to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Deepa Prasad, Program Chief, United Nations Population Fund, and the special guest, Dr. Ramu K., Dean Faculty of Nursing, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. Keynote address, Dr. I. Clement, Professor and Dr. Mala Thai Manavan, Chief Nursing Officer, Advisory Board Experts, Panel Discussion Team Members. A special greetings to Dr. Larissa Martha, the moderator of our panel discussion team, and the research coordinators and our chief patron, secretary of this college and patrons of Ebenezer colleges, research coordinators, professionals, those who came forward for their research abstract and selected for presentation. I thank our partner with Medlearn's world-class digital education to soft skills training and companies. Dr. Sukanya, Principal, Government College of Nursing, Observer from KSNC. A special gratitude towards Registrar KSNC, Mr. Usha M. Bandari for providing 4 credit points. I thank all the principals of colleges who supported us directly or indirectly and all the conference committee members, technical team members made a special lifetime event successfully. Servo Janam, Sukhino Bhavantu. Thank you all once again. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Tracia Dennis, for your wonderful speech. I have to take this time to appreciate and give our great gratitude to you for holding our hands throughout this path to make our dream a real one. Thank you, ma'am, for your support, care, and advice throughout all this time. If you are doing something outside of dominant culture, there is not an easy place for you. You will have to do it yourself. It's speechless and proud to have a legendary personality to lead the entire nursing team of Karnataka. I would like to invite Mrs. Usha M. Bandari, Registrar, Karnataka State Nursing Council, to address the viewers.
Good morning to one and all present for this conference. Myself, Usha M. Bandari, Assistant Director of Nursing and In Charge Nurse Registrar of Karnataka State Nursing Council. I congratulate all the participants and today dignitaries who are all involved in today's conference, that is Excellence in Healthcare Innovation and Nursing Practice with a Global Outlook 2022. It is very important topic because nowadays, because of this COVID, many hospitals they are involved in the clinical care. Along with that, our nursing officers they are struggled so much to bring innovations in nursing issues, and they are giving a best care. Still, our nurses they need advanced nursing practices. Advanced nursing practices. With that, we can shine ourselves in the nursing profession. So I congratulate all the participants who are all involved in this and all the speakers. I think I wish you all the best, and I think all the participants who are all experts in the this issues, burning issue it is. So because of that, nowadays the nursing practices are very much high. Now all the books they are published new nursing practices, so that we have to educate our students and nurses to practice new nursing trends in the clinical area. Because of that, we can give good nursing care to the patients. So, and we can send the patient within 7 days to the home. So this is very good topic. Congratulations to the team. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful greetings for us. If your action inspire others to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, you are a leader. We are privileged and honorable moment to have a well-recognized person who renders selfless services of his achievement. I would like to invite Dr. I. Clement, Professor and Head of Department of Research and Development, RV College of Nursing, to address the gallery.
Can I start? Ma'am, can I start?
Yes, sir.
Very good morning to one and all. First of all, I take Happy New Year to one and all, belated wishes to each and everybody. I take opportunity to congratulate the Ebenezer group of institutions, the management, the manager, directors, and all the admin, and also the principal and the group of faculty members and the organizers of this program. So I congratulate. And second thing, I take opportunity to say very good morning to all the nursing legends, especially like Sridhar sir, I can see here, and Dr. Ramu, Dean of Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, and the KNC Registrar, Dr. Usha Bandari, and Dr. Mala, ma'am from Nigeria, she has joined here, and many more nursing legends are here. The principals of various nursing colleges and other organizations are joined here. So a warm greetings and good morning from RV College of Nursing to one and all. So I just make my presentation very simple. Within just 7 minutes, I will just can I share my slides, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, can you share the screen?
So no problem. I just start my presentation. So I unable to share the slide. So there are The topic selected by the Ebenezer group of institutions, the excellence in nursing care, innovations, and nursing practice with a global outlook is a wonderful, very important topic, and which is very essential need at this time COVID-19 pandemic situation. So here this healthcare industry turns that there are a lot of trends are coming on every day, because day by day that due to this technological advancement, the changes are happening. The nurses are completely involved in the providing the quality care for the patients. So here the trends that we witness today are new technologies and solutions that addresses the requirements of for the clinical diagnosis, treatment, and disease management. So the technology is advancing it. So every nurse needs to update their knowledge, and they need to learn the techniques what they can, the best care can be provided for the society and community. And the technological advancement has come in the terms of diagnostic, therapeutic, and the rehabilitative. Now, this is a simple example that we can see that this video conferencing, that visual means virtual conference and virtual workshops and webinars are happening. This is because of the technological advancement. We are in one place and we communicate the other part in the global. So the technology has given the advancements in the healthcare industry ranges from the e-consultations. Now telemedicines are taken a very big role, and telenursing has taken place, especially like we can see in NIMANS started with the telenursing and telemedicine mode of providing a health education, providing a knowledge, and providing a consultation for the patients. And also it's a real-time diagnosis to assessing the digital therapeutics provided by the immense technological tools. Of course, Dr. Deepa Prasad has mentioned about the artificial intelligence, and Dr. Ramu also mentioned about the artificial intelligence. It is like it's a current concept, current technology. It's started everywhere now. Even nursing, we have started with the robotic nursing. It is on the trial basis. It is going on, and there are some of the technological advancement like internet and medical things, and telemedicine, telenursing, telehealth. All these concepts are it's going on now actively. It is going on due to COVID-19 pandemic scenario. And also there is a big data and analysis. You may be asking like, what is big data and analysis, which is everywhere in part and parcel of our healthcare sector. We are using this because of the technological advancement, and every individual of the nurse and the healthcare providers should know how to use it and how to get the information and all those things. And also immersive technology and health, mobile health, young health apps are coming on in the hand itself. Like by using a Android mobile phone, we can get all type of information. We can do diagnosis ourselves, and also 3D printing and blockchains are the advancement which is really happening in nowadays. And there are big, I just want to mention some few things about the applications of big data in healthcare. The big data is nothing but all the data gathered here, and there is a master computer or master key person. And from that key, we can assess for the diagnostics and preventive medicines, and precision medicines and medical researches can be conducted, and reduction of various adverse medical events can be assessed and reduced. And also cost reduction can be done with the help of this, and population health can be assessed with the help of big data. And there are 7 tips I just want to discuss with you all regarding this achieving this excellence in healthcare globally. The number 1 is there's a passion. Every nursing students or every healthcare providers needs to develop a passion. There must be a passion at the leadership level to make the necessary changes that will lead excellence. So the passionate care and passion is the most important, vital. Every nurse now they are involved globally, providing a quality care for the patients. So there should be a passion needs to be developed to cope up and to learn about the technology and to make the best care for by using a technology. And also second one is quality, third one is accountability and safety and visibility, accessibility and collaboration. So these are the very important 7 tips for achieving this excellence. The passion must be developed within the person, and the quality care needs to be provided by the nurses, and the accountability, the whatever the actions they are doing it, they are accountable for their work. And the safety, the fourth one is safety needs to be maintained wherever they work in the hospital setup or community health setup or wherever the clinic, wherever they work, and the safety measures needs to be provided when you are using a machine. It may be like a ventilator or it may be an infusion pump. So whatever the it may be a dialyzing unit. So wherever the nurses are working, whatever the actions they do, they are accountable. And visibility is more important, and accessibility means updating their knowledge. That is the most important part. Whatever it may be, a small machine or it may be a small technological instrument, whatever it may be, the updating knowledge and the operation needs to be learned, because like every minute and every time there are new ventilators are coming, there are new medical equipments are coming. Even the robotic nurses are involved in the healthcare delivery. So next point is like collaboration. So collaboration is very important for, it's a very vital key for the healthcare sectors. So the nurse needs to be collaborate with all the team members of the healthcare providers so that they can be giving the best care and quality care for the patients. With that small introduction, I just conclude myself. And also like I thank Dr. Teresa Ma. Madam worked as a secretary in TNA Karnataka branch, and she is a very good hardworking person, and she is contributed a lot for the professional development, and she has organized this wonderful conference by virtual. So this definitely will be helpful for all the participants who are directly and indirectly involved and attending this conference. Definitely this will make it's a landmark in our nursing profession. So with that, I just thank each and everybody. Thanks for the opportunity given, and wishing you all the very best for this virtual webinar. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
For giving immense thoughts on innovation and excellence in nursing practice. The passion, quality care, accountability, safety nets, accessibility, updating knowledge, and collaboration that makes a perfect excellence in nursing practice. Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring thoughts. I hold in great respect to have a well-active, cordial person with such a positive approach, loyalty, and a well-dedicated leader. I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Roy, Executive Director, Ebenezer Group of Institution, to address the assemblage.
Excellence in healthcare innovation and nursing practice with a global outlook. That's the topic of our international conference. In previous days, Ebenezer took many initiatives and continuously trying to do something for the betterment of our education system. This international conference is an example of one of it. I am glad that big brand like Medlearn, who understood our concept and they made us powerful by joining hands with us. I wholeheartedly thank Medland for their support. I want to thank my entire nursing department for their tremendous effort to make this event possible. And of course, I want to thank our beloved principal, Dr. Tricia Madam, for her guidance and supervision. With her guidance and knowledge only, this event is taking a shape. Thank you, Madam. At the end, dear healthcare professionals, please be there with us throughout the event and try to take maximum advantage out of it. And of course, I want to thank all of you for your kind participation and making this event a big success. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was such a great greeting for us. Thank you so much, sir, for your greetings and wishes. To do what nobody else will do, in a way that nobody else can do, in spite of all what you are going through. That is what a nurse to be. We are dignified to have a person with worldwide experience in nursing to address our listeners. Dr. Mala Tayumanavan, Chief Nursing Officer, Evercare Multi-Speciality Hospital, Lagos, Nigeria. We welcome you, ma'am, to address the audience.
I'm in Karnataka and I want to learn Kannada.
We are keen to know Kannada culture and Kannada language.
ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಲಿಸಿಕೊಡಿ
ನಾನು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. Thank you, Ebenezer, for teaching us the importance of local language.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for making me as a part of this conference. Good morning to all of you all. I congratulate the Ebenezer management, the principal and the faculty members and the students who have put an effort to select this topic, which is the need of the hour. And it is an opportunity to share our thoughts, and it is also an opportunity for all of us to meet in this forum. Though the COVID is not letting us to meet everyone, physically, but at least we are able to see people virtually and then able to, listen to their thoughts. And this topic is very, very important. I think COVID taught us how innovation is very important. Though innovation is not a new concept, it has been there ever since, the human being evolved, actually. So innovation is, very, very important, and it has become a part of our life, especially in healthcare practice. So many people have touched on the innovation parts, like what are the innovation is happening in the nursing and the healthcare industry. So, which is the, very, very important for all nurses to be aware and to be a part of the, innovation. I would like to share little thoughts why innovation is important, in this forum, so that it will be a take-home message for all nurses and the faculty members and the leaders who are here in this forum. We all know that healthcare is, facing tremendous pressure, and because there is a population trend, The population keeps increasing. If you look at the Indian population, we have about 139 crores population. That's 1.3 billion population, and we are growing about 1.5% every year. And most importantly, and which is worrisome also, is our older population is increasing, which is 10.3% of the total population. And the life expectancy also keeps increasing. Presently, it is 69.9 years. So though the COVID has slightly impacted the life expectancy, but India's life expectancy is an average of 70. Why this is very important and linked to innovation is this older population, the increase in population, and the life expectancy puts a lot of pressure in the healthcare system. And we see the patient's load is one of the pressure in the hospitals or in any healthcare delivery system actually in India. And the other problem is the chronic problem, which is very much linked to this, the population trend. The 2 to 3 people, out of 3 people, elderly people are, suffering from the chronic illness. Could be a hypertension, cardiac problems, cancers, oncology problem is, increasing now. And the death rate, which is contributed by this non-communicable disease, is also, highly, impacting the healthcare system actually. So currently, the non-communicable disease is, account for 53% of the death which is happening in India. So as the population, increases, as the older population increases, the non-communicable disease also is increasing, and which is putting a lot of pressure in the healthcare system. Because if you go to any hospital, you see people coming for a treatment for more of, non-communicable disease and less of, communicable disease. Besides the, the emerging diseases like COVID. And the other issue which we have been facing for a very long time is the healthcare disparity, because there is an inequality, in our society in providing and accessing the healthcare. Unfortunately, though there is a change in population trend in terms of moving the rural population to the urban cities, but still 66% of the population is living in rural area where they are not able to access. So when we say access, like they have to have the healthcare services accessible within 5 kilometers of their residence. If not, then they are not able to access. This is another problem what we face. And someone mentioned in the session that manpower shortage. Any healthcare discipline you take, whether it's a doctor or nurses or paramedics, so entire world is facing a shortage, and that is putting a lot of pressure on the existing manpower. And in fact, Western countries where the doctors and nurses are planning to leave or take an early retirement from the system because they are unable to handle the pressure. One is the shortage of the manpower. The other problem is the competency. Because even the education system is unable to, now provide the competency required for the employability of the staff. And what is the shortage we have currently? Like our population requires, 2.5 doctors for every 1,000. But unfortunately, we have only 0.7 doctors for every 1,000 population. Similarly, for nursing also, like we have only 1.7 nurses per every 1,000 population instead of having a 2.5 nurses as per the WHO recommendations. And all of us could have faced one of the most paining problem during this COVID is the cost, the healthcare cost, which is very, very, very high. It's, soaring, rocketing actually. Like, if we say inflation, the inflation is not only for the, the essential services for commodity, it is also for the healthcare. And the out-of-pocket, expenditures keep increasing in our country. So currently 65% of the, healthcare, spending is from the out-of-pocket, which is leading to the debt. Many people, sell their properties and they mortgage their properties. They take loans and, they become, debt-ridden actually because of this, the cost, which is, soaring. And the other problem is the lack of, infrastructure. We are not having adequate infrastructure, which is proportionate to the the population what we have to address the health needs and health problems of the Indian population, and which, very well, transpired, during this COVID time. Like, we didn't have adequate beds, we didn't have the equipments, to handle patients, and we didn't have a manpower. So there are a lot of issues surrounding this, healthcare system what we have in India. And obviously, like, now we are living in the consumers era, and the consumers expect more for less. When we say more, they don't want to wait. So if the waiting time is more, and they're upset about, the waiting time, and they don't want to come to us actually. And they want the good service. So, and they want to spend less. So they want, more services for less, time spent and the less money spent. So this is a burden, to the healthcare system, because their, expectations keep increasing. And the healthcare system is, finding very, very, difficult to survive in the healthcare, in any, system actually. So in India itself, we have seen, I think, a lot of experts, worked in many hospitals. The hospitals, keep changing the ownership actually, because they're unable to sustain their business in the healthcare actually. So one side, there's a patient expectation, and the consumer wants a good experience with a good clinical outcome and less time spent, and with more of hospitality experience in healthcare, which is putting tremendous pressure on the people who are working in the healthcare system, and most importantly, the medical errors. So now, in any country you take, like, you go and search for the medical errors, the prevalence rate, you will find only for the developed countries, not for developing countries, because we are not transparent and we are not reporting. Neither we are self-reporting, nor the organization reports. So we don't have the error data is available. But the medical errors also keep increasing as a result of the manpower shortage and the growing technology, and the medical system is becoming very, very complex. And we somehow, try to manage the system with less efficiency and less, infrastructure, and less, the resources. So as a result, the errors are increasing. And the other problem what we are facing is the litigation. See, now, there are two issues which we have with regard to the consumers. One type of category of consumer who don't have a literacy and who don't have a health literacy. The other type of consumers who are living in the urban areas, they Google everything before they come to us. So they want everything to be transparent, and they want us to be, disclosing everything to them. And they expect, a service with a good, clinical outcome and without any errors. So what happens, when there is an error, we don't disclose, or, the error leads to disability or a death, or increasing the cost of the treatment, then they go for a litigation. And obviously, like, now the litigation is increasing in India, and we don't have much, funds in public actually for healthcare system actually. I think we have seen, like, though the hospitals have been, associated with all health insurance companies, we do a lot of, credit business than, the cash business. The ESI, or, the central government scheme, or, Arogyasri, any healthcare, scheme you take, they, we do a lot of, credit business to them, and the recovery is very, very, slow. So the health system is really, struggling to, survive, due to the funds, issues. And the other problem is the health insurance. There are a lot of, private, insurance companies which are providing, the insurance service. But unfortunately, the cost, what they, the service charges what they have is not, matching with the amount what we spend, to avail the healthcare services. So insurance companies and the government schemes, to revise that. And there's a policy change which we are seeing, like, every day we need to see what is the update on the policy, related to COVID. So it keeps changing. And there is a climatic disasters, and the we don't have a much data, and we are not doing much of data analytics. So these are the, you know, the challenges what we are facing, you know, currently with the healthcare system actually, which requires the innovation. So though we are doing innovation on day-to-day practice, I think we have to keep, you know, improving the innovation, because this innovation is going to help us to improve the patient safety and improve the, you know, the satisfaction of the customer. Nowadays, we don't even say customer satisfaction, we say the customer experience. We want them to have a good experience. So the patient safety is going to be improved by innovating, and the satisfaction of the customer is going to, you know, enhance, and the quality of care what we render also is going to improve. And most importantly, as I mentioned, people expect more for less. They want to spend less money, but better, you know, service, for which we have to keep, you know, innovating. So what is innovation? Innovation is all about doing things differently, or doing different things, which we need to know, like as nurses, though it's, you know, integral part of our service, and we practice, you know, the innovation in our, you know, nursing, and you know, we have to keep, you know, spending little time. So I remember, you know, going through an article related to 3M. So I think many of us know 3M has thousands of products in their company. How they are able to have those many products? Because they spend 10% of their working time for only innovation. So my, you know, request to all expertise, you know, who are working in colleges and, you know, in the hospitals, please imbibe this in the minds of the people, that they have to, you know, have some time spent, whether it's 5% or 10%, depends on the resources availability, some time spent on the innovation. People, when they come with the creative activity, encouraging them, providing them the support, all assistance what they require. Sometimes we see nurses coming up with small, you know, ideas, and we don't give, you know, our ears to them. We don't heed to them, because we think that the small things which will not work. So let's, you know, encourage our nurses, because they're the best people to, you know, do the innovation. And most of the innovation in healthcare industry is brought out by nurses. Though we are not able to see them, you know, obviously in, you know, wider range actually, but a lot of, whether it's patient related, you know, or cost related, or products related, because any products which comes to nurses, they are the end users, they use it and they give a feedback. So lot of even, you know, the healthcare, you know, product companies, industries, you know, uses nurses' knowledge and their vast experience, because we are the one who spend more time, you know, at the bedside than any other healthcare people. We observe more. We know what works, what doesn't work, how it works, and how differently it can work. So our, you know, only intention should be, and moving forward, taking this innovation at a bigger level from nursing end, and publishing, you know, those innovations when it becomes an evidence-based practice, so that others also can use it. And even there are, you know, the nurse, you know, entrepreneurs. We have to encourage people, you know, to come up with this kind of, you know, innovations to become entrepreneurs. So a lot of nurses, we can see them as entrepreneurs. So with this, you know, small thought, so I request everybody to encourage the students to imbibe this culture in the student period itself, so that when they take up their profession in future as a faculty or as a nurse, they are going to keep innovating things to change the nursing practice, you know, which is going to help the public and the society at large. So with this, I would like to conclude my, you know, keynote address. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. And thank you, ma'am, Dr. Teresamma and Dr. Clement, who referred me. I think Dr. Ramu is here. It's been very long time I met all of you all. It's an opportunity to just to see you and then, you know, share my thoughts about the innovation actually. Thank you so much.
innovation is doing things differently. It's a privilege to hear that the best innovations in the healthcare system is brought out by the nurses. And also mentioned about the healthcare disparity, scarcity of healthcare workers, healthcare system cost, consumer expectations and hospitality, medical errors. Hope those problems can be resolved as we put more effort in improving our excellence in nursing stream. And also, I take this opportunity to appreciate the Ebenezer group. To teach the students formal, we had seen a video of Teach Me Kannada that they put the effort to teach the students the local language. It is very important once they left their place and being in another place to know about their local language. Thank you, Ebenezer, for making the students to know about the importance of learning local language. Thank you. Discussion is an exchange of knowledge, which is very valuable that we can use hard facts and soft voice. Now, it's the time for panel discussion. We have an incredible experienced person with us to be the moderator of our panel discussion on the topic, New Trends and Innovations in Managing Client Care, Various Settings and Nursing Concern. I would like to invite Dr. Larissa Martha Sam, Principal, Lakshmi Memorial College of Nursing, to continue the panel discussion. Also introducing the panel discussion members, Dr. Thracia Dennis, Principal, Ebenezer School and College of Nursing, Mr. Raghavendra Kamblu, Advanced Clinical Practitioner, Accident and Emergency Department, Newham University Hospital, London. Dr. Jayalakshmi N., Professor, Head of Department, Government College of Nursing, Bangalore. Dr. G. Balmurugan, Registered Admin, Head of Department of Mental Health Nursing, Ramaya Institute of Nursing Education and Research. Dr. Nisha Clement, Associate Professor, ESIC College of Nursing. Now the session will be continued by panel discussion.
Good morning, everybody. I think it's a privilege that we all have gathered here as a part of this international webinar, and the panel members who have gathered here have spared their precious time to share their experiences and knowledge as part of this international webinar. So before I could proceed, I would like to introduce the panelists. We have Dr. Theresiamma, Principal of Ebenezer Group of Institutions. Ma'am is a PhD holder with a vast experience of 39 years, having a great nursing career in terms of education, research, and administration. Ma'am, we would like to hear from you, ma'am, the great experiences that the innovation that could happen in the field of obstetric and gynecological nursing. We have Dr. Nisha Clement, who is working as a professor in ESI College of Nursing currently. Ma'am is having a vast experiences in the field of education. She has completed her PhD in the year 2019 from Ramchandra Medical University, and currently ma'am is having a various publications and nearly 39 publications in terms of the textbooks, the research articles, journal publications, and in various platforms. She has shared her vast experiences in the field of nursing. We have Mr. Raghavendra Kamble, the international speaker, who is currently working as the Advanced Nurse Practitioner, Accident and Emergency Department, Newham University, London. He had completed his graduate and undergraduate in India, in Mangalore, and his specialty area is medical surgical nursing and advanced clinical practitioner, where he studied in the year 2015 in Bournemouth University, UK. He is having a vast years of nearly 28 years of experience, especially in the nurse practitioner areas, who would be sharing us his experiences. We have Dr. Balamurugan, who is currently the Registrar Admin and HOD of Department of Mental Health Nursing, Ramaya Institute of Nursing Education and Research. He is also the Joint Secretary of ISPN. And if I to read his CV, it's nearly a lot of publication in the area of psychiatric nursing. And also he has headed as a resource person various international and national conferences, published research papers. And the last speaker, we are having Dr. Jayalakshmi, who is currently working as the professor in the Department of Pediatric Nursing in Government College of Nursing, who has a vast publication in the area of nursing. And she's also a eminent panelist working in the area of clinical as well as nursing education, also as header as a deputy registrar in the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. Before we could proceed, I would really like to invite all the panelists to share your vast experiences. First, I would like to address and ask Dr. Balamurugan, what is you think in the current scenario, the telehealth field, you think, your opinion and your perspective? We would like to hear from you, sir.
So, very good afternoon and good morning to one and all gathered here. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to share our viewpoints in this regard. Ma'am, as you said, telehealth, before starting telehealth, I want to start with mental health. Okay. If you see the recent budget also, in health, mental health is leading front. So, Government of India has given a lot of funds in this year for mental health to promote, because we learned in COVID pandemic, mental health is affecting it is in everywhere it is affecting. So if you know that NIMANS is becoming a nodal center, and they are about to establish around 23 telehealth mental health centers all over India. So for that, the budget is allocated. So mental health is coming in front line. And even for this panel discussion also, I am very happy to see that it starts with mental health. So with the WHO code, I say there is no health without mental health. So with this note, I would like to share a few things, experience what we learned in this COVID pandemic in terms of technological advancement. So as we know, 3 areas I want to highlight here. One is the national level initiative taken up by NIMANS. And second thing is our society, what we did as Indian Society of Psychiatric Nurses. Third one is, in third way, what we are doing it in our hospital. So these 3 things I would like to share with you, panelists and all the members now. If you take this national level initiative, NIMANS is the model center for the mental health counseling. It was started during this pandemic first wave itself.
5 minutes only, no ma'am. He has given me, no, telehealth he has given me.
Shall I continue, ma'am? Yes. So, under the Minister of Health and Family Welfare, NIMANS has established a dedicated psychosocial support mental health service helpline. Through that, all over India, we receive calls from various stakeholders. If you want to name few of the beneficiaries of this, there will be patients with positive and suspected patients. Then we have general public with the anxiety, frontline warriors, and specific group of people also call this number. Then they receive the psychosocial support. So major things happened in this process is more than 1 lakh calls were received in last year, where many people in initial days they started to inquire about the logistic support, because that was a new for us, like lockdown and isolation. So new for our setup. So many calls we received in terms of logistic, how to move from here to there and how to do all those things. But later on, all the calls were focused mainly on the psychosocial aspects. And what we observed mainly, it's mainly kind of anxiety towards the illness, how it's going to happen. Then depression and mainly loneliness because of isolation and other quarantine aspects. So as a mental professionals in the counseling side, we'll understand this COVID-19 is not only affecting the physical health, it's affecting majority of people's mental health also. So how to approach this? One way it is through this technology. So there is a helpline. People used to call to the number based on the language. Concerned people will be connected at level 1, where the initial queries will be solved. If the people are not able to solve that, they will be referred to level 2, where we have the consultants are available in terms of psychologists, psychiatric nurses, and the psychiatrist. So they try to handle such cases. So this is the way at the national level, the whole mental health support and services were delivered at Indian setup. And second, if you see, as a joint secretary of Indian Society of Psychiatric Nurses, in second wave time, especially in the last year, we thought of to provide a specific support to the nurses working in the COVID area. So what we did is, along with the Indian Nursing Council, we developed a database of around 40 mental health counselors, and we made database with that. That database includes the mental health professional's name, email ID, their language preferred, and the available time where they can get counsel. So this database is uploaded in the Indian Nursing Council website, as well as our Indian Society of Psychiatric Nurses website. So this process, how it happens means, if a nurse required support, what they can do is, one more thing I want to add here, through Indian Nursing Council, we know this NRTS system, nurses tracking system. Whoever registered under the system, the Indian Nursing Council sent an email, the database. So whichever the nurses required a kind of support, they can call any of the counselors listed in the database, so they can get counsel. So through this initiative, around last 3 months, we have, especially this even happened only for 3 months because of the short period of that COVID second wave. During the 3 months time, we received more than 100 and plus, I think roughly around 200 plus calls we received from staff nurses. And the counselors average spent around 150 calls were spent less than 10 minutes only. So within 10 minutes time, we can able to address the main issues of the staff nurses working in COVID area and other areas. The main problem what we identified is burnout. So many of the staff nurses who we counsel, the concern was main is burnout. Then second one is loneliness. They felt lonely maybe because of the quarantine time. Then third one is fatigue. So it may be physical or mental fatigue. These are three common problems we faced from the staff nurses. They expressed to us around the 200 calls we received during this month, the second day. This is the second initiative. It happened at the society level, Indian Society of Psychiatric Nurses and Indian Nursing Council, exclusively for the nurses working in the COVID and other areas. Now, if we come to the third wave now, so now what we are trying to do in our hospital now is, if you see in these two levels of intervention, where the beneficiary needs to make a call to the counselors, even the NIMADS model also, there is a hotline number, people needs to call that number and they get counsel. Then in IMC and ISPN model also, the staff nurses have the details, they have to call the concerned counsel, they have to make a call. But now what we tried in our hospital, Ramaya Hospital is, Ramaya is the hospital where we have 800 patients in second wave. We have 800% dedicated COVID hospital. That much volume we handle the patients now. In third wave, it's not much loaded, but still we started this. Here what we tried is, as a counselor from College of Nursing, mental health professionals, we started a telecounseling center in our own hospital, where the details of the patients admitted in our hospital, we receive the details. Then from here, and we will only make a call to the patients who are admitted in the hospitals. So this is a little change happened in this process. The beneficiaries need not to call, the counselors will automatically call the beneficiaries. So when we try to call like this, and then first point is, what we learned is, still they have the feeling of fear. Meaning is, how is the third wave? Am I going to get the fourth infection also? So the common anxiety is there for the people who are admitted in. Many people are admitted for second time infections also. So that is a common problem they're having. And major concern is the system, what we're doing it is, we are not allowing the relatives to see the patients because of the contagious. So they are having a very big problem of loneliness and depression. So these are things we experienced in this model. Now what we're trying to do now is, we're trying to link the people in this way. So whenever the issues are there, we try to connect the people to whom they get service. So we are talking to relatives also. The relatives are trying to make the video calls to the patient. So like this, we're trying to identify the problem and trying to link the concerned people.
Thank you, Dr. Balamurugan, for your brief information with regard to how telehealth has been helping in the field of psychiatric nursing, the COVID patients especially. May I request Dr. Nisha would highlight on innovations that has taken place in the field of obstetrical and gynecological nursing.
So good morning, one and all. So first of all, I would like to thank my Lord Almighty for His wonderful blessings to share this knowledge with you all. And first of all, I congratulate the entire Ebenezer College of Nursing crew management for organizing such a wonderful webinar and having such a wonderful personalities for presenting such a topic. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sharing
ma'am.
slides with you. So this innovations in the obstetric emergencies. So we are in the world of an emergency where it is necessary for improving the health policies, systems, products, and technology. Why means to improve the people's health, and we are in an era to improve the vulnerable population by through the 6 types of innovations, like talked about artificial intelligence, cloud technology, virtual ICU, collaborative care, inpatient telehealth through especially equipped in-room televisions and virtual reality. With all this, we are trying to create an environment where we give health for all, a quality emergency obstetric care. Why means to reduce the risk of maternal newborn mortality and morbidity. So here the emergency obstetric care refers to the care of women and a newborn during pregnancy, delivery, and at the time of delivery. I mean, after the delivery. So here innovation can be defined as an invention that should be adopted and it should be diffused. And how the innovations can be inculcated is through improving the equity in the maternal and newborn health services, and by reaching the poor and most remote populations, and thereby improving the equity in the MNH service coverage, and evaluating and documenting the each innovations and identifying and target populations that are at a high risk of service inequity. And then why the obstetric services are needed. Thereby you are able to administer the required medications in time, and the reachable medications, antibiotics and the anticonvulsants, and what are all the uterotonic agents are required to control the hemorrhage, because hemorrhage has been found to be, the postpartum hemorrhage has been found to be the major cause of death in the maternal mortality, contributing maternal mortality. So how the innovations, when it is inculcated, there are a lot of problems arises, like there is inequity in access, and there is inequity in access to the vulnerable subgroups, especially they are inculcated with the low resource settings, and these approaches are successful only if they are successfully sustainable, integrated into the health system. And therefore innovative approaches are very important, and it requires innovative strategies. And therefore even in our curriculum we have included the skills and drill training packages where we deliver the in-service training in the healthcare facilities, and pre-service training in the medical schools and medical training colleges, and delivering master training programs to build the local capacity, and setting up the skill laboratories, and improving our skill. That has been a very important part in our curriculum. Even the NRSC Center in Delhi also conducts the simulation labs so that we improve more our skills and make ourselves trained and updated according to the innovations that is being implemented nowadays. And these are the important contributors. Where are important for us: the policies, the governance, the products and technology, the finance, the service delivery, the health workforce, and community participation. All these things has to be inculcated in the community so that you are able to improve your innovations for emergency obstetrics. And there are several strategies like appropriate health service delivery, the proper implementation of the medical products and health technologies, and an adequate health force and health finance, and the community ownership and participation. The leadership and governance are needed to improve the maternal and newborn health care throughout the pregnancy, interpartum, and postnatal and newborn care. Thereby you are able to enable a very good environment and get a healthy baby with a healthy mother. There are a few technologies which are initiated by USAID by the Rice University, is the implementation of the BC PAC, where it is able to increase the survival rate of the babies, which is been with the respiratory distress. It's a low-cost device which helps the babies to breathe appropriately, and there is a smartphone, OptiBP, cuffless smartphone, which accurately diagnose the BP monitoring, and handheld device to detect the jaundice with the 2 drops of blood, and it is easy to identify the level of jaundice in the body. And again, by the Rice University, the neonatal the hypothermia among the newborns, and then a vaccine is another trial, the Sanaria PF, controlling malaria among the pregnant women, and easy to use chlorine generator to fight infection, that is by PATH and MSR Global has created innovative, low cost tool for producing the chlorinated water, where there is a poor sanitation of water, to protect the people from the waterborne illnesses, and a belt to monitor the newborn heart rates, where you can identify the incidence of stillbirths earlier, and you have the aid, like all in all one kit to cure the jaundice. It is a bill stick, so very quickly you are able to rapidly identify and diagnose the jaundice, and it is portable, and it also has intensity of phototherapy device, so it is all in one kit. So I mean, inculcating all these technologies could save a lot of life of mother. And here is the HEMA Fuse Pump by Sisu Global Health. It is a cost-effective, hygienic, attractive alternative for blood transfusion, where this is a tool that sucks up the blood that has been wasted, and it is filtered, and it transfers to the bag for the reuse, and it's a pump to recycle the blood. Thereby you are able to reduce the incidence of PPH, and PPH is always treatable. It's the innovations are very important to allow for improving the homeostasis. A drip assist machine, where it will improve the plasma volume and improve the loss of blood. And that's about the emergencies. Innovations in infertility. The infertility has been a recent issue in the obstetrics, where the failure is there to achieve the pregnancy. Okay, there are a lot of artificial technologies and reproductive technologies are emerged, and here we have IUI insemination, in vitro fertilization, gamete intrafallopian transfer, zygote intrafallopian transfer, and ICSI, and the egg vitrification, that is the process of freezing the egg. And here this method will recently has the recent techniques are arrived so that the eggs are being preserved without being damaged, even the sperms with the sperm banks and the egg banks. So for the further fertilization, who has a serious problem of infertility, and also the ovarian transplants and the testicular sperm aspiration, TESA. That also is a very important technique nowadays. And subzonal insemination and MESA, that is microsurgical ependymal sperm aspiration, and also the introduction of long-acting hormones. So all these innovations are arrived for improving the fertility. And InnovaCell is a recent innovation in this infertility, where this embryo is been kept in an incubator, and it is finally implanted into the vagina, and it is kept inside the vagina and released. The capsule is released after 3 days, and then it provides a better environment for the embryo to grow, and it is a cost-effective and an important innovation in this infertility alternative to the regular IVF. And there are recent technology arrived to understand the healthiness of the embryos using the PGD, the pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, and also the involves in assessing the strength of the embryo, and the secretomics and metabolomics, which is very important to understand in which stage the embryo is. And you have a time-lapse imaging embryos to understand the growth of the embryo, healthy growth of the embryo without any genetic deformities, because a lot of technologies fail in the ART. So in order to avoid such errors, this kind of technology has been emerged. And there is a innovation is like endometrial receptivity array. This technique will understand the environment of the endometrium earlier by taking the biopsy, and you undergo a genetic study. You understand about 238 genes which is being involved in implantation. So thereby you understand that the environment is good for implantation. After that, you do the ART, it will be successful. And the DNA fragmentation index, this has been developed to understand the strength of the sperms, and you identify the very good one, and you are able to benefit it from after doing it with the XC. And then the time-lapse embryoscope, this helps you to monitor the development of the embryo at the certain intervals. So it will be analyzed with the help of the computer so that you are able to make an accurate decision making for the embryo to be selected. A better embryo, the better the fertilized egg. And that's all about the infertility innovations. Another innovations is about the menopause, which has been another topic. Very earlier, the menopause arrives among the women very quickly within 45 years. Before, it was 49 to 52 years of age. There are several causes because of we are not able to, we could see that PPH has been a very important reason for the maternal mortality, and we are in a stage to remove the uterus, and we are able to directly we are giving a surgical menopause to the women. So it is important to understand the effects of menopause and how to improve them and help them with the therapies. And the recent therapies, estrogen therapies, are available so that it is able to control the complications caused by this menopause, to like application of the vaginal creams, tablets, and rings, which will help to remove the the complications caused by the menopause. And low dose antidepressants for them who have the hot flashes, and gabapentin it is used for the women who are not able to go with the estrogen therapies, and vitamin D supplements. And with all this we found that the menopause can be controlled, and many morbidities are associated and accompanied with this menopause recently. And about the next topic was about maternal hypertension. It's a aggravating cause, a second leading cause of maternal mortality globally in India. So it is important for all the nurses and the healthcare providers to understand and how to implement the guidelines followed by the WHO to prevent the the complications caused by the preeclampsia. So the recent innovation is about the managing the severity of the preeclampsia by appropriate use of the antihypertensives, and managing the blood pressure to the appropriate level, and thereby you are able to conduct the deliveries. And teaching them as a nurse educator, teaching the student nurses how to administer the drugs in time, and understanding the loading dose, and understanding the toxicity, and how to reverse the toxicity by giving the injection antidote, that is injection calcium gluconate, and knowing them, and so that you are able to understand, maintaining the normal blood pressure, and you are able to control the the BP, and you are able to provide the nursing care appropriately, and control the complications of eclampsia and save the life of the mother. So, and also to realize when to terminate the pregnancy or not. And you apply all these recent innovations by understanding and upgrading your knowledge. So that is very important nowadays. And the calcium supplementation is a recent thing by WHO, where you are able to prevent and control the preeclampsia and eclampsia. And next topic was given to me was about the gestational diabetes, where this is also one of the important morbidity which has been found. So appropriate control of glucose and blood glucose by timely diagnosis and referring them. It is like an iceberg hidden inside. It's unless until you monitor the glucose level, you will not be able to find out how the mother has been suffering and what she is undergoing. So it is important for the nurses to inculcate the diet therapies and making them understand how to monitor the glucose. That is recently which we are trying to educate them. So thereby you are able to prevent a lot of stillbirths because of this gestational diabetes. And next topic which was given to me was about analysis and treatment of PCODs. This also is an arising issue among the women. of the consequences felt were the insulin resistance, the dyslipidemia, obesity, and hyperandrogenism and hypertension. And we could find this menarche at early age and also followed by the PCOS syndrome. And it is very important to treat these consequences to prevent the infertility in the future by undergoing the control of PCOS with the lifestyle modifications, improving the quality of life, appropriate exercise and diet. And the innovation in this was found to be the herbal medicines for managing the PCOS, like the cinnamon.
May I interrupt Dr. Nisha?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think we are running short of time because
Yes, ma'am.
we are exceeding the time that we have been given.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, the innovations are plenty and plenty. I think we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
go
Yes, ma'am.
one
Yes,
day
ma'am.
itself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So you
ma'am.
have given a very elaborate list of the innovations that we could use in our health field and practice.
Yes,
So thank
ma'am.
you for your excellent
Thank you, ma'am.
contributions on
Thank
the
you. Thank you. Thank you.
innovations.
Thank you.
Along with the maternal health comes the child health. So may I request Dr. Jayalakshmi to briefly highlight what are the innovations that we are witnessing in the field of child health nursing, that is pediatric nursing.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts in today's conference regarding pediatric healthcare. So, actually, to why we should concern pediatric aspect, pediatric field. So we know, all of us know that today's children are future of citizens, and also they are our asset. Therefore, early care of our children from today will make our future brighter. So that definitely we need care of children. In that way, already our many eminent experts already spoke about new innovation in the healthcare delivery system. So let us know few aspects. Remarkable changes have occurred globally in the field of pediatric nursing in recent years due to changing need of society's medical and technologically advancing political interest and changing trends in the nursing profession. So some of the aspects we'll discuss. So family-centered care, high technology care, evidence-based practice, cost containment, electronic medical records, genomics, continuum of care, case management, extender based medicine. In this aspect, I'll discuss one by one, little few words. So, family-centered care, no, it is based on philosophy of that quality care can be provided in an environment that support family integrity and promote psychological health of the family. So parents know best about their children need, behavior and habits. So in the concepts of family-centered care, in that enable families by creating opportunities and means for all family members to display their current abilities and competencies to acquire new ones. So empowering in that interacts that families maintain and or acquire a sense of control over their lives and acknowledge positive changes. So in next one is high quality technology care. Advancement in medical field has created technologically versatile care. The nurse also need to be technologically competent enough to meet the nursing care needs of children. The advancement in diagnostic technology has made detection of many disorders even in the screening period. So in that second, evidence-based practice. So in evidence-based practice, nurse needs to make decision on the best available evidence. So nursing provides a systematic approach to enable nurse to effectively use clinical practice, guidelines and patient-centered care. Next, we'll discuss about the cost containment. So with the passage of time, there is a continuous trend of hike in price of drugs. Already one of the eminent person Dr. Bala Murugan sir explained about cost of medicine and all. So in the price of drugs due to inflation and other global factors, the nurses face the challenge of cost containment without to sacrificing quality care. Then electronic medical records, digitalization is play a vital role in these days. Patient's medical history, so it can be easily follow him or her across all healthcare settings. EMR, that is electronic medical records, as advanced diagnosis and treatment patients. Now, with mobile enrolled EMRs, and providers can access patient records at a moment's notice. That is, anytime they can take the history of their medical problems. So in that way, and genomics. In next one, we will discuss about genomics. Genomics plays a vital role in many diseases, usually from cancer to heart disease. Experts in the field of work to determine complete DNA sequences and perform genetics mapping to help understand, identify, and even prevent illness. Genomic sequencing in the last 10 years and for the next 25 will be huge of pediatrics, that according to Chang says. So in that way, the continuum of care, in order to provide care for efficiently, nursing care of children now encompasses a continuum of care that extends from acute care settings such as hospitals to outpatient settings such as rehabilitative units, unity care settings, home and schools. For example, after an acute hospital stay, a therapy at home also can continue. Then case management. Case management has developed as an approach to coordinated care and control costs. Nurses as case managers have responsibility and accountability for the particular group of patients, that is our children group. Use a system of critical paths derived from standard of care. Next, extender-based medicine. Healthcare extenders are non-physician healthcare professionals who interact directly with patients, including nurse practitioners, medical assistants, health educators, social workers, and registered dietitians. With standard guidelines, next generation EMR, that is the EMRs and the advanced data analysis. You see that a physician assistant or clinical nurse practitioner or other extenders can safely practice advanced medicine or specialty medicine with the guidance of a specialist physician. So, with this, I can conclude my topic. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Jayalakshmi, for your brief but very informative presentation in the field of pediatric nursing. So now may I request Mr. Raghavendra Kumble to highlight on the nurses aspects, that innovation that has taken place in the field of medical and surgical nursing. You being the nurse practitioner, I think you will be able to share a real thing that is happening in the ground, not only in the textbooks. So what do you, Mr. Raghavendra?
So kindly unmute yourself.
Yes.
Can you hear now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning. Here in UK, it is 6 o'clock morning. I woke up at 5 o'clock. A bit cold here. It's -1 degree here, but I'm wearing a suit, no problems. Thank you very much, Teresa madam, Larissa madam, Jayalakshmi madam, Dr. Clements, everybody who has given opportunity me to share few minutes, 5 minutes. In the medical surgical aspect, innovations means extended practice or learning new things. The medical surgical nursing is a broader areas of the medical field. So the scope of practice is wider for even anyone in the medical surgical. Is either doctor, nurses. We are the largest member of the health team, field of health compared to the other specialties. So innovation is will happen every moment. From the past 20 years, we can see now how global is challenges, and we are meeting their needs according to the so the regarding the practice, in my area, I'm working as a advanced nurse practitioner in emergency department, and also I work part time as a advanced nurse practitioner in primary health care. So I want to share a little bit about the advanced nurse practitioner or extended nurses role. So what happens in compared to the Western world like UK, USA, so the India's we are nurses little bit behind. Means nurses not behind. Nurses are highly qualified, highly intelligent, and we got enough manpower and knowledge, but this knowledge is appropriately not utilized in the field of the practice of the healthcare. Healthcare means So 60 years ago, the nurse practitioner role started in America. About 30 years ago, it started in UK. So in India, we are begin, I think. Why? Because so many other reasons. Because first of all, our healthcare, the leaders, they are not aware of this one. Maybe they are not not strong enough to bring these changes, or we are working like the controlled by other professionals. We are not allowed to bring any changes. So many things behind this one. Okay, so the bringing the changes, the innovation in the field of the nursing. If I want to say, so many hours I need to be say in the field of the emergency medical nursing and all the aspects. But regarding this one is innovation means not only technology, innovation to extend our practice, independency, field of the nursing practice. So what we do as a nurse practitioner, we are the nurse practitioner. We are doing the same role like a medical practitioner. So we are doing the clinical assessment, examinations, and the clinical decision making and the treating the patient as like a medical practitioner. Because I don't say doctor. Doctor can be anyone who is able to make the diagnosis. That is the title. But the doctors can be, nurses can be doctor. When you do the new research or you got the diagnostic skill, we are called as a doctors, So there is a big challenges to bring this innovation, means extended role, extended practice in India. But India has got a desperately needed this practice. The reason is about 10.41 lakhs doctors treating 1.4 billion people in India. So we are, according to the World Health Organization, we are 0.74%, needed 1.4, means so many nurses, the doctors needed. In that areas, the nurses can take the extended role like an independent nurse practitioner, and we can provide that role. But we are studied from the BSc, MSc and other things, but we got a huge gap between the theory and practice. We are qualified BSc or MSc or PhD. We are the way of our study, our education curriculum system need to be changed, means to change to the practice like a initial diagnosis and clinical assessment. When we become that level, we need to be change the directions to bring this independent or advanced nursing practitioner role. Currently the MSc holders or PhD holders already they are advanced practitioner because they got advanced knowledge, We need to utilize that one to the, with the few month supportive training, we need to bring as them as an advanced independent practitioner. So this is the way we need to be bring that one. So there is the problem, challenges in the politically, challenges in the regulations, challenges in the policy, and challenges in the way of practice in the corruption. And these, our culture, means the India has got many years, the nursing practice, the way of people accepting us. Once we started this role but we need in this, starting advanced nurse practitioner, advanced clinical practitioner, whatever role, we need a support from the medical team, because they need to be our supervisor, because we don't have anybody, a specialized advanced clinical practitioner who are supervising. Because of the end of the day, we are starting advanced clinical practice, advanced nurse practitioner, whatever. If we give the certificate, then once they come out, they need to be practiced independently. Who will supervise them? Who will support them? At the end of the day, they will end up with a certificate. There is no practice. So when I was basically qualified, from India. After I came here, after the worked about 10 years onwards, I started this role, and I was supervised by my medical consultant. She was my mentor. And then I done the portfolios. I went to university with the appropriate clinical support and supervisions. And then one of my senior nurse practitioners is also my mentor, means line manager. I got a medical consultant and the nursing advanced nurse practitioner, bring both sides. So this is the way we need to bring the innovation to bring into the practice. I know it's difficult, but once we are the changes at the moment, you are all the thinking to change, bringing to change, to implement the changes in the practice, working very hard. So there are 4 areas we need to be focused on changing. One is clinical practice and service development and education and leadership. It is a 4 wing of the advanced nurse practitioner. What I do the clinical practice supporting, and I'm working like a medical practitioner, same. So the service development, I'm supporting the service, doing the audit and bring the new changes and support the service. And education, I'm doing the teaching for my student, clinical, whoever comes to the practice, and then to take the leadership and doing the new project. And the new leadership means within the clinical practice, or you want to bring any changes, you need to approach the hospital director or the superior level to present your project, and you need to initiate the changes. That is called leadership, take the responsibility. This is the how we can bring the innovation to the practice. Just example with my clinical practice areas. Thank you very much, Teresa Madam, and everybody who has given the opportunity to me, share my little bit, thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Raghavendra. It's really wonderful that we, in the infant stage of nurse practitioner in India, it's really a guiding force that you could give your first-hand experience from the ground, that how, as a nurse, you have innovated to be an independent practitioner, practicing what you have learned in the theory. Really, it's wonderful that I think all the audience would have taken inspiration from what you have taken. So thank you. So the last field is community health. Yes, all these things, fields, once we have covered the innovations, I think the ground thing comes to the community field. It's a very vast area, and we have a very eminent and very senior personality, Dr. Teresiamma, to give us an insight as what are the innovation that is taking place.
Hello everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's good afternoon here. Like Raghavendra said, it's good morning. So I'm saying good afternoon. We reached the final session. My job has reduced by all these 5 people. So I'm very happy that we all have joined together for a cause and innovation strengths how it works for the population or the community. I will be sharing only few and highlight only the briefing about the importance and recommendations, what is essential to fulfill the comforts towards the healthcare providers and the people of India and abroad countries, how the world is looking at healthcare facilities and innovations, how it work for the as you know, the nurses form the last segment, the largest segment of healthcare workforce worldwide. At present, we have 29 million people are working. There is another 44 million people required, and India needs 4.3 million nurses, healthcare providers. At the scenario, as you know that the statistics at present, the profession, the nursing as such, the profession, it is increasing, and the demand-driven profession is improving by 10 to 15% at the moment of this pandemic situation. So all of you know that the healthcare, especially in the healthcare in community settings, since 18th century, we know that the Florence Nightingale's era, it has started working, and innovation started with Florence Nightingale, the modern pioneer of nursing. That's the reason today we are independent nurses, we are complex nurses, even multifaceted nurses, challenging profession. Since 40 years, I already completed my services. With all that 20 years, almost 2 decades, I was there in the field of community health nursing. I know the details of how the facilitators and the facilities, what we are getting in community settings. So us, according to our sub-themes, few positive points I can share that due to the new technology and innovations, people's lifestyles improve. And people know that what kind of comfort, what they expect when they're coming to hospital or coming to primary health center or community health centers. Though there is community health centers improved, more than 5 to 6 lakhs of community health centers are working throughout, but the quality of healthcare and the facilities still not improved. Still it is working like 1980s and 90s. This is what I highlighted. And better communication among nurses and health workers improved a lot. And nursing and have even reduced with the health education, reduced many myths and superstitious beliefs in community settings. Due to the many people's efforts, knowledge, and change the attitudes and practices. And number 4, what we are seeing, efficient computer applications and applications are soft skills, and where the made health workers they knows that perfection in usages. And the most notable changes have occurred in the field of healthcare information technology. That already my colleagues, experts completed almost technology with pictures, with facts, with examples they quoted. And sixth one is the innovations in education improve the people's lifestyles and hygienic practices, and people of the world know how to take care of. Even today, even COVID-19 taught us many things, as everyone knows that COVID is the teacher now. And what are the challenges of what we are facing in community health nursing? Number one, the crisis what we are facing, since quality and qualified community health nurses are not working in community sectors. Community health nursing, as you know, 140 crores population in India. For example, if you are taking India, the almost qualified people, 95% of qualified people, they are working for the specialization areas. And we know that specialized areas we have reached. Our expertise people, we are working as nurse anesthetists, nurse entrepreneurs, nurse clinicians, nurse physicians. But this area, this specialization, if it comes to community subject and community areas or rural settings. Why? Because I'm saying you 64% of the population is residing in rural side. Where is there innovations making in the taluk hospitals, whether it is doing in the community health services centers or the district hospitals or rural health hospitals or regional level hospitals, not implemented throughout the India. So which we are seeing that other challenges what we are seeing, the healthcare shifting from hospital to community. So definitely the hospital is meant for only the patient, those who are coming and admitting for the need base. The whole population cannot be admitted in the hospitals. So the hospital, now the whole world is burning with COVID-19. And the COVID have taken us, everyone, a task, since they have to take care of their own health. Their own health is in their own hands. And actually everyone knows there is no medications. Now just before 6 months only we got the immunizations for the COVID. Still every day there will be deaths due to COVID. Today we have seen the newspaper that yesterday death is 41 in Karnataka state. So this is our practical aspects and innovations, whether it is matching. So if it is not matching, why it is not matching? There is a lot of facilitators and facilities not coming to the place and not taking place in the practice areas. This is what it is happening, and that is a reason. A lot of cases, you know, that MMR, maternal mortality rate, infant mortality rate in India, it's very high. When comparing with, even we are standing in 130th place. The reason behind this is a community health nursing or community practical areas, healthcare sectors. It's a neglected part. It's a negligency. Nobody wants. And since from independence, what we are seeing, no specialty hospital in the particular kilometers. Now today also they have to travel if a stroke or MI or anything happens suddenly, emergency. There is 108 ambulances. They will come. But what is happening next? Where to ship? How many hours we have to travel? It may take 3 to 4 hours. The golden hours missing, and we will be losing the patient. So the same way, maternal cases and infant mortalities. This is what we at the moment community oriented and community based strengthening budget is essential to improve the community health services or practical areas. Inadequate facilities and even facilities in primary health center, as you know that for 30,000 population, only one doctor is working. And one doctor, how much he can do, how many hours he can work. And there is community health officer posted to some of the areas, those who completed degrees, post-basic BC nursing degrees, and they are working for the rural areas. What is their standard? What is their quality? What kind of qualification they possess? This is questionable. These people are questioning, are they doctors? So the reason that a lot of issues arising from this scenario, I'm agreeing that nurses are qualified, well-versed in advanced care nursing, ICU nursing, and all critical care nursing. I wish the government should open their eyes and they should come to, and definitely we can bring up a standard, at least we can bring up the name of India. It's below 100, at least below 100. So we are, and next one is the aging population is increasing day by day. Aging baby boom and increased life expectancy at birth. When the life expectancy was around 50 years. Now almost it reached to almost on an average, people will be living with morbidities or comorbidities to 80 years. But on an average, government is giving 72 years, 70 years. So that the people's aging also government has to consider, and there should be more elderly people with comorbidities. Who will take care of them? A majority of the population is belongs to 10 to 15 increase is there as from almost 1 decade. And these people, if anything, even the healthcare demand comes, again they have to travel 100 to 150 kilometers. So my recommendation, I'm giving only a few minutes, I'll be finishing. Specialty hospitals and expert services to be available at least within 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers if one hospital, one specialized, all equipped, and facilitators, expert doctors, if available, that we can reduce the MMR and IMR as per with the standard norms of law. Number 2, primary healthcare and improved even healthcare facilities need to be improved with facilitators. Number 3, more critical care nurses required to manage this rural health care areas. Interested. Why? Because people are not interested, the qualified people not coming, it's par with their salaries. The world is giving more standards and even more salaries. Lavish life. In India, what is the standard of nurses' salaries? It's very pathetic situation. Nurses are working for 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. And government postings are very rare, only 5 to even not even reaching to 5% of the employment. So employment is also very important. And everyone not getting government jobs. Private institution, if you are looking, only cities have private major corporate hospitals, multi-speciality hospital, and specialization hospitals available in cities only. What about rural areas? And my request that retain our qualified nurses with good salaries and positions. The recommendations, resolutions we have to pass, and we should move forward with protect our nursing profession. Protect, why? Because people, those are getting less salary, they are moving from profession. I know many young number of people, they connected with me. Even I'm doing the research today also. I'm connected with many of the trusts and service organizations through our churches, Bishops Fund and other funds we are working for. Still, our agony, our pain not reaching to anyone. Those who are, how to take the stakeholders, it has to reach, and there should be the percentage of care, what we essential services needed to be at the door. 1978 primary healthcare concept came into existence. Health for all strategies by 2000 AD. What has happened? Not even one objective is not achieved. Now another 20 years. What is the achievement? We can say the innovations, healthcare, HIT improved, education improved, technology improved, but we have to run for our care. If anything happens, many number of nurses surrendered their life without getting facilities in rural areas. So this is the scenario and my recommendation, and invest in human resource for health and generate employment and contribute to economic growth, and inadequate and inefficient, inequitable workforce distribution. Little bit they have to eye-opening, they should open their eyes, distribute equally. Services should be needed for everyone equally. And registered nurses, nursing shortage, still continuing. 2024, expecting 4.3 million nurses will be completing the qualified degrees. And with conclusion, it is from my side, growth and development of a country depends upon the educational quality and the standards. And employment opportunities par with the expertization, living standards need to be improved. And nursing, paternity have to be come forward to take care happily. They should work happily. They should live happily. Little more concern about the standards of living has to be lifted. This is my concern. Thank you all for your contributions. Once again, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Teresia, for your vast explanations and correlating the innovations with the current field of health that we are experiencing in terms of COVID, from where the healthcare has moved from the hospital to the home care settings. It's really a very eye-opening presentations for all our audiences here. So here we have the last panelists who have completed the presentations. And we have seen various trends and innovations in various fields of medical, surgical, pediatric, obstetric and gynecology, mental health, as well as community health. I think these innovations and the concerns raised by the various experts definitely need to be transferred to the patient care. Only then our nursing can be very effective. Innovations should not remain as part of innovations, but we nurses need to use these things for the better patient care. Then only there can be a success for the innovations from the hands of the nurses. First, the awareness, then comes the implementation. Thank you all panelists for your excellent contributions, and thank you delegates for your wonderful participation. If anybody has any question to the experts, you are free to ask. I don't see any questions in the chat box. Any of the audience would like to raise any questions? If there is no questions, I would end up. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be a moderator and have an excellent panelist with me. to share their vast experiences. And I thank the organizers for giving us all the opportunity to come together in the same platform. Thank you. Good day to all.
Can I start?
Thank you so much,
Can I start? Am I audible?
Thank you so much, Larissa ma'am, for such a wonderful panel discussion section. Thank you so much, all the expertise, Mr. Raghavendra Kamplu, Dr. Jayalakshmi N, Dr. G. Balmurugan, Dr. Nisha Clement, and Dr. Tracia Dennis for giving such a great presentation behalf of their own aspects. Thank you so much for having such a great panel discussion once again. Goals are important, but it's the aha moments on the way to the goals that have taught you the most. We are esteemed to have such a distinguished personality, Dr. Renu Rawat, heads Content Strategy Matlan Digital Company, to address the gallery. I would like to invite Dr. Renu Rawat to address the gallery.
Yeah, thanks. Am I audible? Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Our eminent speakers have been talking about the role of innovation in healthcare. So we all know that digital innovation is becoming increasingly important to clinical practice and has laid the foundation to change the way patient care is delivered. However, digital health has so far focused more on technological innovations and workflow improvements, like implementation of electronic medical records, advanced medical devices and equipments, but not much focus has been given to the content. So what's missing from digital health and should be the focus is the access to high quality, evidence-based content that healthcare providers as well as the patient could trust and understand. Now, technology is playing a key role to healthcare. We know it can be harnessed to access clinical decision support, conduct doctor-patient interaction through telemedicine, and also receive provider-to-provider training. Like a specialist sitting in a tertiary care setup can easily train or easily advise doctors or nurses who are practicing in a remote care setup. Through use of technology, we can enhance access to care, we can enable care in remote setting, we can improve healthcare delivery, and ultimately we can empower patients. Now, in recent years, technology such as virtual simulation and online learning are gaining importance in nursing education. And it's not just nursing, it's overall the education sector. And we are also aware that there is a shortage of nurses in our workforce. So here, technology can eliminate the traditional roadblocks, such as lack of physical training sites or lack of staff. There are staff shortages. So technology can offer flexible solutions for the faculties. And to get the nurses up and running, technology tools can actually strengthen the clinical judgment preparation and ensure that the nurses enter the workforce prepared for real-world practice with tools such as clinical decision support tools, simulation-based practice. And these methods of training can actually complement the traditional methods of training. We are not talking about replacing the traditional ways or conventional ways of teaching. What we are talking about here is complementing the conventional way teaching is done today. Technologies such as AI, that is artificial intelligence, adaptive learning, can allow learners to be, can allow the learning to be personalized and relevant and also up to date. Now, one of the current challenges that we are facing is that our graduates have to be residency ready. There has to be a gap between, we have to fill the gap between the theory and practice. Now, senior nurses, senior academicians in nursing fraternity have been looking at ways to explore, how we can prepare nurses for practice with approaches such as, competency-based education. But the fact remains that practice is evolving faster than education can respond. And that is why there is a need to adapt and embrace technologies that relate to the new generation of learners. Now we know nursing students today have mobile apps, they have web-based simulation, they have reference books, e-books, all accessible on their mobile devices. So these are the new generation of learners. And the mode of education has to keep pace with their style of learning. Now, if we talk about e-learning, now e-learning we know is education or training that is delivered electronically, and we also know that e-learning is becoming one of the top technology trends because of the COVID pandemic and the consequent closure of nursing schools. And this is where e-learning has become very prominent, because we know that content can be delivered to the learners through computers, laptops, tablets, mobile phones, and that is where e-learning is making it easy for it's saving time, and also learners can choose. They can pick to choose what they want to study today, and it's make them learn at their own pace. Learning has become very quick, easy, and they can learn at their own pace and time. Now, one of the common perception, or I would say misperception, is that e-learning is a passive experience. Now, this perception is actually gradually changing, because the current e-learning modules, they allow the learners to interact with the on-screen information with features like drag and drop, hotspots, labeling, and there are also these decision-making case scenarios where a learner can think critically and then make their own choices. Now, if we actually look from an educator's perspective, in the past 2 years, what has happened is that educators have quickly learned how technologies can work together to give a optimum hybrid learning experience to our students. And educators are now seeing technology investment as a way to address several of the long-standing challenges they've been facing, like, for instance, clinical limitations, and be able to assess the students' performance throughout the year, and most importantly, to develop practice-ready nurses. So this opportunity that has been provided to us because of the pandemic, we should make sure that this brings about a paradigm shift in education that moves from a cohort-based teaching to a personalized learning experience. Now, classroom of the future. will be a hybrid learning environment where there'll be a face-to-face interaction, which will always remain, but it will also leverage the existing and the new generation technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality, online educational programs, virtual simulations, adaptive assessments, videos for skill-based training. Now, we all know that nurses strive to provide the best care to patients, and this begins with education. That is why it is important that nursing students have the tools available to empower them to enter the workforce. Now, in the next few slides, I'll quickly take you through what MedLearn is and what MedLearn offers. MedLearn is a digital learning solution for hospitals and healthcare professionals, and it is dedicated to improving patient outcomes through development of healthcare's organization's greatest asset, that is their people. On MedLearn, you get to access reliable and up-to-date learning to consistently upgrade your skill set. We are the training partners for more than 200 hospitals and 50,000 healthcare professionals. Our mission is to change healthcare in India and Asia by lifting the quality of training and skills provided to the healthcare workforce. And our goal is to be the learning partner in 5,000 hospitals and nursing colleges in the region by 2025. We will have 1.2 million healthcare professionals learning on our platform by 2025. Now, how does MedLearn help hospitals and nursing colleges? See, MedLearn offers a comprehensive learning management system which has a trusted world-class content that is there on the platform. And on top of that, you can customize, you can build your own content, you can customize the content, you can upload it on the platform, and then you can also conduct virtual classes and webinars. And everything is on your platform. Then nursing colleges as well as hospitals can also keep a track on the progress of their students, whether they have completed the course, how they've been progressing with the help of analytics and reporting tools. So here are some of the hospitals and nursing colleges in India and Asia who are using MedLearn. Now, for a very long time, nursing has been considered to have very limited career growth options, which is not true today. The scope has widened. In clinical care, nurses can take up specialized roles like dialysis, diabetes, oncology, family medicine. They can also get into an administrative domain by doing an MBA or by pursuing a master's in public health. They can take up a career in research, or they can pursue higher education and get into a teaching role. Senior nurses can get into leadership roles, and they can influence policies related to nursing at the local, at the state, and at the national level. Nursing professionals must, therefore, invest in their professional development by taking up these career enhancement programs and chalking out a career progression path for themselves. Now, MedLearn offers a wide range of career enhancement programs from very, very trusted content providers from India and outside. For instance, Royal College of Nursing, British Medical Journal, then Lecturio, and Emergency Nurses Association. One of the MedLearn's flagship program is the Royal College of Nursing Continuous Professional Development Program, which is a collection of evidence-based and peer-reviewed courses from specialized nursing care topics like end-of-life care, shared decision-making, communication skills, compassionate care, COTI. And this program aims to bridge the gap between global and local practices, because learners get to know what is happening outside, what are the best practices outside. Then every course is accredited, that they complete is accredited by Royal College of Nursing UK. And it's a good mix of CPD courses ranging from clinical care, patient safety, case management to self-development. And it is preparing nurses to take up complex roles in their organization and also supporting nurses in their career progression. And this program is also applicable to nursing students, because as I said, it bridges a gap between nursing education and practice, and they get an international certificate from a prestigious body like Royal College of Nursing, and it helps them prepare to join the workforce. Then there are modules on critical thinking and value-based nursing, which lay a very strong foundation for the nursing students and are also ideal for classroom teaching. This is also relevant for faculty to stay updated with the latest practices. Now, besides this RCNI CPD program, MedLearn also offers hospital compliance programs based on NABH 5th edition. And this gives the learner in-depth understanding of compliance, risk management, patient safety, facility management, infection control practices, regulatory requirements. It will help the nurses to learn. If they do this program, it will help them to understand how the hospital compliance works, how the regulatory requirements work in a hospital. And nursing students would also benefit, because before entering the workforce, they would get to know that, okay, this is, these are the mandatory compliance and regulatory requirements in the healthcare setup. Then, as we know that nursing students, as they join the workforce, they have to go through a transitional period where they have to get trained on the hospital practices. That is where Medlearn's induction program comes in, because it's designed to provide training on core mandatory training topics to help student nurses make a smooth transition to the organizational practices. The courses range from emergency codes to modules on hospital patient occupation safety, and also on infection control practices. So how the students would benefit from this program is that if they take this program, they would know about hospital compliance in terms of safety standards, in terms of infection control practices, even before they join the workforce. And this is definitely going to give them an edge over their peers. Then Medlearn offers world-class learning content for nursing students that provides them international exposure to best practices as well as learning resources. There are videos on skill sets like IV cannulation, catheterization, airway management, medication administration, where they can visualize the concepts. They can understand the concepts and then practice this on what and they perform there. They would be able to understand do it better, because they have already seen it and they have understood the concepts. Then there are also video lectures on key topics in nursing curriculum, which is from obstetrics, pediatrics, medical surgical nursing, and other key topics. And for nurses also, there are video lectures in different specialties like reproductive health, nephrology, neurology, respiratory, cardiovascular system. And these are very short and concise videos which are easy to follow, and they explain the complex concepts pretty well. And how will this help the nurses? For nurses, this is very helpful if they are planning to pursue a career in a specific medical specialty. And these are all available on the mobile devices for anytime access. Then Medlearn has collaborated with Emergency Nursing Association to bring to India trauma nursing core course, which are certified by American Nurses Credentialing Center, that is ANCC. So these trauma courses from Emergency Nursing Association are very widely recognized and by nurses and hospitals worldwide. Some of the courses that ENA offers is trauma care for adults, for pediatrics, and for geriatric care, emergency severity index. Then American Heart Association, we all know American Heart Association. American Heart Association, in collaboration with Medlearn, has launched an instructor-less BLS ACLS PAL certification program, which is called Heart Code Complete. Now, this how this program is different. Its institutes and hospitals will now be able to conduct resuscitation training for their students or staff within their own premises. So what is going to change with the certification is that it will become very easy, very convenient, and very time saving, because the first stage, which is normally, you go to a training center to do it, this can be done, the cognitive part can be done online, and the skill set part can be done on a instructor-less management. So you don't need an instructor for this. And e-card that you get at the end of the training is AHA certified and valid for 2 years. Then one of the very critical pieces for a nurse's professional development is soft skills. Now, when we say soft skill, I just don't mean effective communication. It means equally important other skills like, critical thinking, conflict resolution, assertiveness, email etiquettes, presentation skills. And besides this, we also offer leadership and management courses, which will help a nurses develop professionally at her workplace and move to another level. Now, why Medlearn? Medlearn, the benefits of our digital courses and CPD program is that learners can learn at their own pace. It is all mobile. It can be accessed, all the programs can be accessed on mobile for easy access. It gives the competitive advantage to the learners and also edge over their peers. It is relevant, very accessible, and all this content is from trusted content partners, which are top-notch publishers and content provider and associations. So to and for more information, you can go to medlearnstore.com. And to conclude, see, nurses in near future will inhabit a very, very different practice environment than what exists today. And technology here will be the key to transformation. And that is why all nursing leaders, nursing academicians, educators must prepare now to lead these nursing students into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Renu Rawat, for describing on digital technology in nursing, e-learning, new technologies in education. Also explained about the Medlearn involves those technologies and nursing service in education, which helps the nurses to be more active in the modern healthcare sector. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your motivational talks. Leaders are made. They are not born. They are made by hard effort, which is the price which all of us must pay to achieve any goal that is worthwhile. I would like to invite Dr. Kumar K. R., Principal, Ebenezer Management College, to address the viewers.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my dear faculty and practitioner, research scholar and students, it is a very great the part of the international conference at Ebenezer School and College of Nursing, Bangalore. I think the conference committee member, they have been selected excellent theme based on the present circumstance, especially for December 2019 onwards. The nursing as well as medical domain, they are going to face n number of vulnerable circumstances. Even though they are having good challenge, they are going to elevate it in the different direction to modes in the global activities. The nurses are frontline fighters, no doubt at all. Without nurse, nothing will happen in the medical as well as the healthcare systems. The nurses are making more significant the contribution towards people point of as well as industrial development point of the various IoT or cloud computing, many aspects. The healthcare system is very essential point all the moment. So from in this moment, I want to declare my management, especially for Ebenezer, the group of institutions, they are determined, they are having very good commitment towards give the best education in the nursing students. Those who are going to come our destination, they are going to get very excellent education as well as the placement activities also, we are going to make it ready. I am very much confident after completing this international conference, you are going to get huge volume of the knowledge. You are going to explore in the various direction, personal as well as your working places. Kindly enjoy the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kumar sir, for your greetings. The future belongs to those who seize the opportunities created by innovations. I'm extremely glad to invite Professor Jamuna J. Kumar, Head of Department of BG Ambedkar College of Nursing, to present the paper, who moved our kids forward with a wonderful section on body shaming. I would like to invite you, ma'am, to present the paper. I would like to invite Professor Jamuna ma'am for the paper presentation.
Very good afternoon to one and all. It's my honor and privilege to share the topic today. And at the outset, I thank the management principal for providing the great opportunity. So I would like to start up my presentation. Whether my slides are visible?
No, ma'am.
Just a minute, please.
Yes, it's visible, ma'am.
Fine, fine. Thank you so much. I would like to start with welcoming you all for my session. And I would like to start with one of the quote. There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you. Today I would like to tell about my topic. So I will start with the introduction. Menopause, it is one of the women's most important life stages. It marks the end of menstruation leading to women's aging process. It is a physiological cessation of the menstrual cycle associated with advancing age of women. It is said to be a natural process that happens to every woman as she grows older and not a medical problem, disease or illness. Even though it may appear so, as a result of dramatic increase in life expectancy, over the last few decades, women now live 1/3 of their life post-menopause. As the world's population ages, estimated women in menopause in India would increase from 26 million to 36 million by the year 2022. Women's lives are deeply affected by their hormones, those mysterious and miraculous molecules that deliver vital messages through the bloodstream from one part of the body to another. Indeed, women's lives are patterned by the cycle of nature. Whether these are the changes of the puberty, the monthly rhythms of menstrual cycle, or the passage of menopause, no woman can menstruate, give birth, or cross the menopausal bridge without feeling these hormonal influences on a physical, emotional, and psychological state. Pranayama are particularly helpful in reducing hot flushes because it cools the body and fills it with energy and life force. Irritability, depression, and moodiness, these are all the symptoms of the menopause, which can be regulated by going through the meditation process, which will help to stabilize the emotions. Yoga not only balances the endocrine system and regulate the hormonal and glandular changes that takes place during the menopause, but also continue to be more bodily and spiritual awareness for women at a time when they need it most. Today, an unprecedented number of women are either approaching or in the midst of menopause and are seeking information and tools to help them to manage these physical, emotional, and spiritual changes. All menopausal symptoms are related, and using yoga to ease the unpleasant effect of one symptom generally leads to better health in the rest of the body. Every yoga which goes as a multitude of effects on all the systems of the body. So what is the need for the study? Yoga, we know, like it stretches our body and it can benefit not only to the body but also to the mind, where it brings the balance between the energy. This is particularly helpful to the women who are currently in the menopause or in the state of menopause transition, because their hormonal levels and the body chemistry may be fluctuating very rapidly. Yoga, which increases level, yoga exercises will level which will be out its physiological instability by relaxing and gently stretching every muscles of the body, promoting better blood circulation and oxygen to all the tissues and cells in the body. So this will help to optimize the functioning of the endocrine glands and the organs of the female reproductive tract. The research on non-pharmacological measures for menopausal problems are very few, especially in yoga. So nurses will come across a significant number of women experiencing menopausal problems, and qualified nurses in yoga therapy can apply their knowledge and skills into practice. Thus, the researcher felt the need for assessing the effectiveness of the yoga therapy on menopausal problems. So my problem statement is effectiveness of yoga therapy on menopausal problems among postmenopausal women in selected institute home, Bengaluru, Karnataka. The objective of the study is to determine the pre-interventional level of the menopausal problems among the postmenopausal women and to evaluate the effectiveness of yoga therapy on the menopausal problems among the postmenopausal women and to find out the association between the pre-intervention level of menopausal problems and their selected demographic variables. Operational definitions. In my study, effectiveness refers to the desired result in reducing the menopausal problems. And menopausal problems, in my study, it refers to hot flushes, sweating, heart discomfort, sleep problems, depressive mood, irritability, anxiety, physical exhaustion, mental exhaustion, bladder problems, dryness of vagina, joint, and muscular discomfort. In my study, yoga therapy refers to the asanas, pranayama, and meditation techniques, which is used for the alleviation of the postmenopausal problems. So postmenopausal women in my study refers to the women who are at the age group of 45 to 60 years and they are residing in the destitute home. Destitute homes, it refers to any institution for the reception, care and rehabilitation of women who have no visible means of subsistence or place for residence. Hypothesis. My first hypothesis says that there will be a significant difference between the pre-interventional level of menopausal problems and the post-interventional level of menopausal problems. And my second hypothesis states that there will be a significant association between the pre-intervention level of menopausal problems and the selected demographic variables. The study assumes that the postmenopausal women may experience some menopausal problems and yoga therapy will be very much effective in relieving those menopausal problems among the postmenopausal women. And delimitations, my study is limited to postmenopausal women between the age group of 45 to 60 years and postmenopausal women experiencing menopausal problems. Conceptual framework, I have applied the Wiedenberg's prescriptive theory, which includes the agent, framework, central purpose, means, and effect of yoga therapy. So agent or investigated includes like personal attributes, capabilities, capacities, commitment, competent in yoga therapy, and the framework, which includes like demographic variables like age, education, last menstrual period, type of menopause and leisure activities. The central purpose is mainly to reduce the menopausal problems through yoga therapy, which includes asanas, pranayama, and meditation. And later we'll check for the effectiveness of reducing the postmenopausal problems. And then we'll see if it is not reducing, again, the study has to be repeated. So the sample here taken is a postmenopausal women between the age group of 45 to 60 years. Literature review. So I have reviewed with the literature review and I have divided into 3 parts under the headings, like includes first is literature related to problems during the menopause and literature related to menopause and complementary therapies and literature related to effectiveness of yoga therapy on menopause and other conditions. So research methodology, research approach, it includes an evaluative research approach using pre-intervention test and post-intervention test was adopted for my study. Research design is one group pre-experimental pre-test and post-test design was adopted for the study. And variables, independent variable in my study, it includes yoga therapy. Dependent variable is it includes like the effect of action of the independent variable. Like in the study, it includes like menopausal problems, which includes hot flush, irritability, mood disorder, depression, all this. And demographic variables, which includes age, educational status, last menstrual period, type of menopause, leisure activities, and the spirituality. Setting of the study. The pilot study was conducted at Elders Heaven Senior Citizen Care Home, Hegde Bangalore, and the main study was conducted at Sumangali Seva Ashrama, Nagar, Bangalore. Population for my study was like postmenopausal women between the age group of 45 to 60 years, and those are residing at destitute homes. So this is how I divided the research methodology into 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So population is postmenopausal women between the age group 45 to 60 years. 80 samples was taken by using the purposive sampling technique, and then variables, independent variable is yoga therapy, dependent variables are the menopausal problems, and demographic variable have been taken. Preparation of the tool and learning yoga therapy. First, I have reviewed the literature, then discussion was done along with the experts. Learning yoga therapy, I have been to the yoga classes under the Patanjali Yoga Center, nearly 2 weeks of theory and practical, and blueprint
Excuse
of
me,
the
ma'am.
quality was checked, and criteria
Excuse
checklist
me.
was done, and data collection was done by a pre-test, like first initially assessing the level of the menopausal problems by
Excuse me,
structure.
ma'am. Sorry for the interruption. You are reaching the time limit. Can you conclude it fast?
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Pre-test and post-test was done, and in between the treatment of yoga therapy was given, and data analysis was done by comparing the pre-test and post-test by using the frequency percentage and mean and standard deviation, and evaluation was checked by using the paired pre-test, and association was by using the chi-square test. So inclusion criteria, postmenopausal women who are at the age group of 45 to 60 years, and those who are experiencing menopausal problems, and those are willing to participate in the study, and those who can understand English and Kannada. And exclusion criteria, it was who had previously undergone the yoga therapy, postmenopausal women who have undergone with the hormonal replacement therapy and who are very chronically sick. So data collection tool and technique. I have taken a standardized menopause rating scale, which was developed by Zeg Berlin, and I have written consent, and then after getting the approval from the author, I have taken this standardized scale. And blueprint was divided into 3 sessions, like psychological, somatic, and urogenital domain. Content validity was given with for 2 obstetrician gynecologists, 7 nursing experts, and 3 yoga specialists, and 1 statistician. There was 100% agreement for all the items. Retesting of the tool was done, and then reliability of the tool was checked by using the Spearman's rank correlation coefficient formula, and it was reliable. Description of the final tool was done. The it was under the second was under the menopause rating scale, and third is description of the yoga therapy. Pilot study was done, and then data collection was done. So here is the plan for data analysis. And my results of the study is you can see that the bar diagram showing the distribution of samples the age, where 49 to 72 age group, within that those age group of women was around 57.5%. And this is a cone diagram showing the distribution of samples according to the educational status of the postmenopausal women, where you can see 35% of the women was illiterate, and this is the last menstrual period. Within 1 year, 47.5% of women have undergone within 1 year of menopause. And this is a 3D bar diagram showing the distribution of samples according to the type of menopause, where naturally it was around 87.5%, and through surgical method 12.5% of postmenopausal was attained. And then leisure activities, 72.5% of the women, they were engaged with gardening, and you can see 2.5% of the women was engaged with the reading. And this is the pre-intervention and post-intervention menopausal score. You can see that the pre-test it was 65% of the women had a severe problems, and in the post-test you can see that only 75% had a moderate problems. And this is a pre-test, post-test mean, standard deviation, and mean percentage. And when you look for the area-wise problems, there was somatic. It was checked with 72.34% during the pre-test, and less it was in the urogenital case. And in the post-test, it was more with the psychological problems, where 46.88% of the postmenopausal had problems compared with the other area. And this is a discussion and conclusion. So majority of the postmenopausal women, that is 57.5%, have been within the side of age of 49 to 50 years. And pre-intervention and post-intervention menopausal problems, you can see that in my study, it was like 65% had an extreme menopausal troubles, and 25 had a slight troubles, and only 10% had a extreme troubles. But after doing the yoga therapy, 75% had a slight menopausal troubles, and 25% had a moderate menopausal troubles, and there was no severe troubles noted. And evaluation of effectiveness of yoga therapy, looking at the score of the standard deviation, we can clearly tell that it was like the maximum percentage mean reduction of menopausal problems as scored has occurred in the area of somatic domain, and least reduction was occurred in the area of urogenital domain, where the yoga therapy is said to be very effective. in reducing the menopausal problems. So association says that the present study reveals that there is a significant association between the age of menopausal, postmenopausal women and the last menstrual period and the pre-intervention level of menopausal problems. So nursing implication, so nursing education, where the curriculum has to set up with more yoga therapies and different types of asanas should be put it in the curriculum where the students should be aware of it. And nurse administrators should be also taken a step of guiding and providing workshop and the CNE programs and other which is useful techniques for the both the for the staffs and for the students. And the learned aspect should be practiced in the clinical area in the nursing practice. And more research has to come up in this area in the non-pharmacological measures to reduce the other side effects taken or occurred by the using the allopathic medications. So suggestion is alternative therapies for the treatment of menopausal problems can be included in the nursing curriculum, and yoga therapy can be made to use to treat patients with the various disorders like menstrual irregularities, prolapsed uterus, hypertension, diabetes mellitus, etc. And the study recommends that a similar study can be conducted for a longer duration. Similar studies can be conducted in different settings. A comparative study can be done by using the yoga therapy and other therapies like acupressure, aromatherapy, or aerobics. Comparative study can be conducted between the yoga therapy and the pharmacological measures. A similar study can be also conducted in the larger samples. A study can be also conducted to assess the quality of life of women after menopause, and a study can be also conducted to assess the effectiveness of yoga therapy among working women with menopausal women. So thank you so much. I thank once again the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Jamuna J. Kumar. This is a kind reminder for all the presentators. We have the time limit allotted for you. Please try to conclude your presentation paper within that allotted time. Judges, please note this as a request. Ebenezer School and College of Nursing is very proud and immensely excited to have participants all over the world to our international virtual conference with the motive of health innovation. It's time for paper presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Firoz Mansoori, Vice Principal, Jaiswal College of Nursing, Kota, Rajasthan. Dr. Firoz Mansoori, I welcome you for the paper presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
First of all, very good afternoon to you all. My slide is visible now?
No, sir.
Is it visible, ma'am, now?
Sorry, sir, it's not visible yet. Yes, sir.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It's on desktop.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I just want to thank Dr. Teresa Dennis, ma'am, Principal, Ebenezer School and College of Nursing, complete advisory board, and the chief guest, special guest, keynote addresses, panel discussion team, patron, and especially research coordinator, Mrs. Kavya, ma'am, She is very hard worker. She created a group for us and giving opportunity to accept our research paper. So because of shortage of time, I have just short out my this presentation, only 10 slides. Within 10 slides, I will finish my presentation. So my presentation is brain stroke is a medical emergency, a retrospective study on stroke and its awareness among stroke survivors. My name is Firoz Mansoori and I am a vice principal. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, sorry for the interruption. Your desktop is visible, but still slides are still not yet visible.
Wait a second, ma'am. Now it is visible, ma'am.
Sorry, still your desktop is visible.
Ma'am, I think my presentation is with Kavya ma'am also. Is it possible to share from
yes,
there?
Yes, sir. We will share it.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So my name is Firoz Mansoori and I am a vice principal in Jaiswal College of Nursing, and currently I am a research scholar in JST University, Junjunu. Actually, I am working as a chief administrator also in a neurology hospital since 12 years, and our hospital is affiliated through ICMR, International Council of Medical Research, and HBSR also, hospital-based stroke registry. So first of all, I just want to tell you that one thing, why I have selected this topic, because when I go through for my PhD interview, they have asked me why you have selected this stroke. So stroke for one general thing, if any person is having a pain, at least like a chest pain or joint pain or abdomen pain, very easily you can recognize the person or patient is having a pain by seeing a sign and symptoms you can recognize. But stroke is only condition without doing CT scan, you can't recognize the patient is having a stroke. And I am from the Kota, Rajasthan, and Kota, Rajasthan is famous for IIT, NEET and JEE also. So many students, international students, national students from all over the world, students is here. So I have just done study somewhat about the stroke, because in before era, you can see this stroke condition in age of 40 to 45 or 50 or above 60 persons only will get the stroke. But nowadays I have observed that the students, those who are having an age to 18 years or 25 years, they are also getting a stroke. So I have just started to research about this stroke, why students is getting a stroke in this. So this was my presentation about I'm going to start. So what is stroke? So I have mentioned a single line in Hindi, a brain stroke medical emergency here. A stroke happens when blood flow to a part of our brain is cut off without the oxygen in blood brain cells. Start dying within minute. So type of stroke, a stroke can happen in two main ways. Something blocks the flow of blood, or something causes bleeding in time brain. So first of all, we will see about the ischemic stroke. In 8 out of 10 strokes, a blood vessels that take blood to your brain gets plugged. It happens when fatty deposit in arteries break off and travel to the brain, or when poor blood flow from irregular heartbeat forms a blood clot. And the hemorrhagic stroke, if you'll see the hemorrhagic stroke, it's less common than an ischemic stroke, but can be more serious. A blood vessel in our brain balloons up and burst, or a weekend on one leaks. Uncontrolled high blood pressure and taking too much blood thinner medicine can lead to the kind of stroke. So in this diagram, very easily you can recognize the ischemic stroke, hemorrhagic stroke, and transient ischemic attack. In short form, you can say TIA also. So symptoms, you can see here paralysis, numbness or weakness, body speaking, slurred speech, confusion, sudden behavior changes, vision problems, trouble in walking, loss of balance of coordination, dizziness, severe sudden headache with unknown causes, seizure, nausea or vomiting. Next slide, please, ma'am. So In risk factors, I have selected somewhat risk factor like hypertension, diabetes, smoking, dyslipidemia, past history of cardiac disorders, past history of CVN, alcoholism. The result you can see here. Because of lack of time, I'm explaining in very fast way. Next slide, please, ma'am. So I'm just concluding my topic here because I have one more conference now. So conclusion, this history reveals hypertension is the most common risk factor, followed by smoking, dyslipidemia, and cardiac disease. Regular and moderate degree of physical activity and strict control of hypertension, dyslipidemia, and diabetes prevent a substantial proportion of stroke incidence. Public health campaigns to encourage primary prevention of hypertension should be the first target by putting smoking, reducing salt intake, moderate physical exercise, healthy lifestyles, and poor awareness of stroke contributes to a delay in arrival of patients for immediate effective treatment. Therefore, few programs regarding stroke, such as the printed information, audiovisual programs, and stroke services program are to be introduced to create awareness. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Firoz Mansoori, for your paper presentation. This conference is to share the unique concept on excellence in healthcare innovations and nursing practice in various nursing specialty settings. I would like to invite Dr. Shabia Malik, Head of Liaison Medieval, for the paper presentation, who already had been the part of Ebenezer family with a wonderful session with nursing students on healthcare information technology. I would like to welcome Dr. Shabia Malik for the paper presentation.
Thank you. A quick and a warm greeting of the day to expertise, panelists, delegates, and the management of Ebenezer Group, Bangalore. Myself, Dr. Shabia Ranjit, working as National Head for Resource Management at Mediva, one such healthcare innovation which is of its first kind in India. I contemplate with a small and a brief presentation of my PhD work, and I believe that it would add assets to our current discussion on the topic. I'd just like to share my screen. A moment, please. Is my screen visible? The title of my topic is a study to assess the relationship between chest pain and elevated troponin levels and the presence and absence of MI, myocardial infarction, among patients admitted to critical care units at selected hospitals, Bangalore, Karnataka. Just having a little background about why did I select this topic. We are aware and you agree upon that cardiovascular diseases are the #1 cause of death globally. More people die annually from cardiovascular diseases than any other causes. According to WHO report 2017, an estimated 17.9 million people died from CVDs in 2016, representing 31% of all global deaths. Of these deaths, 85% are due to heart attack and stroke. Over 3/4 of CVDs deaths takes place in low and middle income countries. Out of the 17 million premature deaths were due to non-communicable diseases in 2015. 82% are in low and middle income countries, and 37% are caused by CVDs. And just non-communicable diseases, including CVDs, are estimated to account for 60% of adult deaths in India. Cardiovascular diseases becomes the leading cause of mortality in India, and this epidemiological transition is largely because of increase in prevalence and risk factors in India. In 2016, the estimated prevalence of CVDs was estimated to be 54.5 million. 1 in 4 deaths in India are because of CVD, with ischemic heart disease followed by stroke were responsible for greater than 80% of this burden. The most prevalent conditions could be were due to like ischemic heart diseases, hypertensive heart diseases, and cerebrovascular diseases. So heart attacks usually causes acute events that are mainly caused by blockage in the blood vessels and supply to the lack of blood supply to the heart, commonly manifested as chest pain. The number of patients presenting with chest pain is rising. Approximately 15 million patients per year in the US and Europe present to the emergency department with chest pain or other symptoms suggestive of myocardial infarction. European Society of Cardiology and the American College of Cardiology recommends that cardiac biomarkers should be measured at presentation in patients with suspected MI, and the only biomarker that is recommended to be used for the diagnosis of acute MI due to its superior sensitivity and accuracy. Rapid identification of acute MI is critical for initiation of effective evidence of medical management. Need for the study. According to Joint European Society of Cardiology and American College of Cardiology Committee for the redefinition of MI, states that troponin are the preferred cardiac markers for detecting myocardial injury. Elevated troponin levels also can be due to wide array of mechanisms in the absence of myocardial ischemia and injury also. Undoubtedly, cardiac troponins is useful in risk stratification, but they do have limitations. They take several hours to rise, peaking at about 12 to 24 hours. So that could be misleading in diagnosis and the proper treatment. So nurses should be aware of this non-ischemic causes why the troponin levels are elevated. Troponin levels are elevated not only related to cardiac cases or an acute coronary syndrome, but also will be found in pulmonary embolism, cardiac failure, myocarditis, renal failure. Misinterpretation of detectable troponin levels in the emergency department may lead to confusion in terms of diagnosis, choice of suitable therapy, and nursing care. By analyzing the above facts, me as a researcher, I find that there is a felt need to assess the acute relationship between the chest pain, elevated troponin levels, in the presence and absence of MI, so that we can find out the cardiac and non-cardiac related cases for the earliest and hence save the lives. Objectives of the proposed research. The objectives of the study is assess the troponin levels among the patients with chest pain, assess the levels of biochemical measures of the patients with myocardial infarction, find the relationship between chest pain and troponin levels in patients with myocardial infarction, find an association between chest pain and elevated troponin levels in patients with absence of myocardial infarction, find an association between elevated troponin levels and selected demographic variables, find an association between elevated troponin levels and biochemical measures among patients with myocardial infarction. I'm just trying to skip few operational definitions here. Biochemical elevated troponin here, I mean in the study, the blood having troponin values greater than 2 microgram as per the standards set by WHO. Biochemical measures in this particular study refers to total bilirubin, direct bilirubin, total serum protein, serum albumin, serum SGOT, serum SGPT, blood urea nitrogen, serum creatinine, blood urea, and cholesterol, LDL, HDL, and VLDL. Myocardial infarction in this study refers to the ischemic changes due to block in the coronary blood vessels leading to necrosis of cardiac muscles among the patients who were admitted to critical care units. Absence of myocardial infarction in this study, it refers to the patients having elevated troponin levels greater than 2 microgram who were diagnosed with diseases other than myocardial infarction, such as could be pulmonary embolism, chronic kidney diseases, cirrhosis of liver, cholecystitis, cholelithiasis. My entire study was focused on differentiating the patient not just based on the troponin levels. It will be always misleading. If the troponin levels are greater than 2 microgram, we need not to conclude that it is only the cardiac case. In other cases, like it could be cholelithiasis or CKD, we can see the troponin levels to be elevated. The research hypothesis: H1, there is a significant association between chest pain and elevated troponin levels among the patients with MI. H2, there is a significant association between chest pain and elevated troponin levels among the patients with absence of myocardial infarction. And H3, there is a significant association between socio-demographic factors and elevated troponin levels among the patients with MI. And H4, there is a significant association between medical history and elevated troponin levels among the patients with MI. And H5, there is a significant association between EC and elevated troponin levels. H6 is there is a significant association between troponin levels and biochemical measures. So here there were hypothesis was drawn in order to see the association between troponin level and chest pain with or without MI, and then the ECG variations in respect to both parameters, biochemical values, and medical history. Coming to the research methodology, a descriptive correlational approach was used, and the purpose was to assess the relationship between chest pain and elevated troponin levels among the patients with MI and in the absence of MI. Settings: the study was conducted in critical care units at selected hospitals, that is at Abhaya Hospital, Bangalore. The sampling technique was a non-probabilistic convenient sampling was used. The population was patients having chest pain on admission to the hospital. Sample size was 150 samples were selected who came to the hospital with chest pain on admission. The data was collected using a structured questionnaire on socio-demographic factors, comorbidities, presenting symptoms, their ECG variations, and checking their blood levels for troponin and other biochemical measures. The data analysis was done using descriptive and inferential statistics. This was a result of mean troponin levels at 0 to 6 hours after chest pain, 6 to 12 hours after chest pain, and after 12 hours after chest pain. Most of the time it so happens that there is door time or door to needle time would be lesser in some patients. They would have developed chest pain probably say 24 hours or 12 hours before, and they would seek the medical attention a little later. So troponin levels were checked at the different points of time before arrival to the hospital. That means to understand by the history when did the patient had a chest pain and at what level the troponin levels were. The troponin sample was collected and the test was done. So with this, it clearly indicates at 0 to 6 hours of after chest pain, there's a peak in the troponin levels. And 6 to 12 hours, there's little 29.7 as compared to 30.55. And after 12 hours, the troponin level remains 29.28. It remains in plateau and then starts decreasing. So 3 hours after admission, once the treatment is enhanced, the troponin levels are 9.86. And 6 hours after admission, still the troponin levels remains the same because it takes the time for it to come down. So coming to the association here, I'm emphasizing only on few parameters, that is where there is an association. There was a significant association between chest pain and elevated troponin levels between 0 to 6 hours, 6 to 12 hours, after 12 hours, and also 6 hours after admission. But there was no significant association 3 hours after admission, because immediately we may not be able to see the troponin levels to come down. Soon the treatment is initiated. This is an association between troponin levels after 6 hours and biochemical measures. There is no significant association between any of the biochemical parameters and troponin levels, whether it is in MI or absence of MI. So the discussion is, the study concludes that there was no significant association between troponin levels in the blood and chest pain 3 hours after admission, where there was a significant association with the other timeline. Association between chest pain and troponin levels among the patients in absence of MI. This was a very critical finding of my study. Hence, I prove the hypothesis H2, where there is a significant association between chest pain and elevated troponin levels among the patients with the absence of MI. But the data collected was out of 150 patients, and only 4 patients were out of chest pain. This is a suggestive that probably we can, I can expand my study with substantially a larger population. Implications of my study for the nursing practice, because nurses are the front line who handles the patients, wherein currently we are associated with executing the procedure. But we should be strong enough clinically in terms of diagnosis also, and understand that when a patient comes, the moment troponin is suggested, patient comes with chest pain, troponin is suggested, the nurse should not be in a conclusive. She should also be thinking on any other differential diagnosis. In nursing education, it is so important that we can conduct regular educational programs on assessment of chest pain and enhance skill management in emergency scenario to the students. Nursing administration, nurses are today make policies and procedures, so this can be utilized in making our SOPs, standard operating procedures, and in our day-to-day execution. Nursing research, so of course nothing exists in vacuum. So every research will proceed for another new investigation. So definitely my study would help for further expanding the research and understand for the nurses who work in emergency department to differentiate between non-cardiac pain and other pain of chest pain, and also the differences in troponin levels. Just as a end note, I remember a proverb. There's a famous saying, give a fish to a child, you have fed him for a day. Teach him fishing, you have fed him for a lifetime. In this regard, Ebenezer is doing a great job in contributing to the nursing fraternity in India and globe. It's really a great honor to be a part of this. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Shabir, for your paper presentation, and we appreciate you for the greetings that you had given to Ebenezer family. Good doctors understand responsibility better than privilege and practice accountability better than business. I'm honored to have Dr. Amit Kumar Sarkar, Resident Medical Officer, Bangladesh, to address the onlookers.
Hello, I am Dr. Amit Kumar Sarkar, currently working as a Resident Medical Officer, Life Care, Bangladesh. I am very happy to know that Ebenezer College is conducting its first international conference on excellence in innovation and nursing practice as global outlook. All the best for the management, chairman, and ED sir. If you can dream it, you can do it. I wish a great success for Ebenezer School and College in their first International Nursing Conference 2022. May their effort be useful for nursing era. Wishing all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Amit Kumar, for your greetings and wishes for Ebenezer. This is a great platform for gaining knowledge, shaping and the psychological thinking, vision and mission of advanced innovation. I would like to invite Professor Vanida and nursing educator, Ramaya Hospital, for paper presentation.
Good afternoon to all the expert panelists, and thank you all for giving me an opportunity to present my research paper. Is my voice audible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is my slide visible?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm working as a lecturer at Ramaya Institute of Nursing Education and Research, Bangalore. And today I'm going to present a research paper which was done to assess the effectiveness of structured teaching program on knowledge regarding the infection control in the hospitals among the novice nurses at Ramaya Memorial Hospital, Bangalore. The purpose or the intention of doing this study is nosocomial infection is one infection which is acquired by the patients during their stay at the hospital, during their stay at the healthcare facilities, which was not present at the time of admission to the hospital. And we see approximately 15% of all the hospitalized patients suffer from these infections as per WHO estimates. Healthcare related infections has a considerable impact on the mortality and morbidity rates and also has an increase in the time spent and cost of hospitalizations. And these nosocomial infections can be controlled by practicing an infection control programs. And nurses are the one which plays a crucial role in preventing and controlling the transmission of the infections through the application of standard precautions and maintenance of the healthcare environment. There will be many programs, training programs, which will be organized by the hospitals. But still, there will be a gap identified between the knowledge and the practice of the infection control among the healthcare workers. This underscores the need for continued refresher training and measures to compel the implementation of infection control in the hospitals. With this introduction, I will be going into the objectives and hypothesis of the study. The objectives of the studies are to assess the pre-existing knowledge regarding the infection control in the hospitals among the novice nurses. The second objective was to assess the effectiveness of a structured teaching program among the staff nurses regarding the infection control in the hospital. The third objective was to determine the association between the pretest level of knowledge on the infection control with certain demographic variables. The research hypothesis is, the first hypothesis is, there will be significant increase in the knowledge score after structured teaching program. The second hypothesis states, there will be a significant association between the pretest knowledge score of the staff nurses regarding infection control in hospital with the selected demographic variables. The review of literature. The literature reviews were done under the following headings, that is the review of literature on prevalence of the hospital-acquired infections. The researcher had got 4 studies under this. A review of literature was done on review of literature on infection control was done by the researchers. Under this, the researcher had 6 national and international studies. A review of literature was done to assess the knowledge of the staff nurses regarding the hospital-acquired infections and its control. Under this, the researcher had 6 studies. The research methodology. The methodology adopted by the researcher is as follows. The research approach which has been adopted was the quantitative research approach. The research design was a pretest, one group pretest, post-test design, and the variables were the dependent variable was the knowledge control, and the independent variable was a structured program regarding the infection control. The social variables were age in years, gender, religion, and previous information about the population both males and females less than 1 year working at Ramaya Memorial Hospital, Bangalore. The accessible population was novice nurses working at Ramaya Memorial Hospitals. The sample size was 60 staff nurses with less than 1 year of experiences were selected by convenient sampling technique. To describe about the tool, the structured questionnaires were used to measure the dependent variables before and after the administration of structured teaching program. The tool comprises of 2 sections. That is, section A had socio-demographic variables. There were 7 items included like age, gender, religion, qualification, previous knowledge of the topic, and the current working area. And the section 2 consisted of 46 items, which including the aspects regarding the definition of nosocomial infections, chain of infection, mode of transmission, concept of asepsis, standard precautions, needle stick injury, and biomedical waste management. The respondents has to select the most appropriate answers, and it was scored 1 marks for the correct answers. Thus, the maximum total score was 32. The method of data collection is the pretest was done. The tool was also validated by the by consultation with 7 experts. The reliability of the tool was tested by Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient formula. The calculated value of R was 0.79. Hence, the developed tool was found to be reliable. So about the method of data collections, a pretest with structured knowledge questionnaires regarding infection control was done. And on the same day, structured teaching program was given. On the 7th day, the post-test with structured knowledge questionnaires was done on the infection control. And the analysis was done by descriptive and inferential statistics. Let's move on to the results of the study. The results of the studies were categorized under 4 sections. I am highlighting here only the major results which we have come through, got through this project. The level of the knowledge regarding the infection control among staff nurses. So here we have depicted in the form of a tabular column the frequency and the percentage distribution of the pre-test and post-test level of the knowledge regarding the infection control among staff nurses. The above table shows that during pre-test, almost half of the participants, that is 51% of the participants, had adequate knowledge, and 33% had inadequate knowledge. Whereas in the post-test, 1.66% of the participants had moderate knowledge, and 98.33% had adequate knowledge. To assess the effectiveness of STP and the knowledge regarding the infection control among the staff nurses, the results showed that the pre-test and the post-test mean and standard deviation was calculated, and the t-value shows that the t-value was 6.908, which is found to be significant at a p-value of 0.5%. Hence, the first research hypothesis, that is, there will be a significant difference in the knowledge among the staff nurses on infection control before and after implementation of STP is accepted. Another objective was to assess the association between the pre-test level of knowledge regarding the infection control and the socio-demographic variables. So this was analyzed for the age, gender, religion, and qualification and the previous informations of needle stick injury. There was no association found between the pre-test level of knowledge and socio-demographic variables, such as the qualifications, previous information about the disease conditions. When we move on to the discussions, the objective one, as per the objective one findings shows that 3.3% had adequate knowledge, and 45% had moderate level of knowledge, and 51% had adequate level of the knowledge regarding the infection control before the structured teaching program. The objective 2, which was to assess the pre-test and post-test knowledge scores, showed that the 22.63 participants was 22.63 with standard deviations and 3.21 in the pre-test, whereas in the post-test the knowledge score was 29.18 with standard deviation of 1.87. The overall pre-test and the post-test knowledge score was found to be significant at the p-value of 0.05 with the t-value of 6.908. Hence, the research hypothesis stated as there is a significant difference in the knowledge among the staff nurses on infection control after implementation of structured teaching program was accepted. The objective 3 was to find the association between the pre-test knowledge scores and the socio-demographic variables of the staff nurse was calculated with chi-square test. At p-values are at 0.05 significant level. The chi-square analysis showed that the p-value was 0.05. Hence, the research hypothesis H2 stated as there is significant association between the level of knowledge and selected socio-demographic variables was rejected. Conclusion. The study findings provides the statistical evidence which clearly indicated the structured teaching program has significant effect on improving the level of knowledge in staff nurses regarding infections. Nurses can use a structured teaching program as a best teaching method for imparting the knowledge in staff nurses The present study has several implications in nursing practice, education, administration, and nursing research. With this conclusion, I will end my presentation and thank you all for giving me an opportunity to present my research paper.
Thank you, thank you, Professor Vanida, for the presentation. This is a kind reminder to the presentators. Please maintain the time limit with us allotted. We look forward to discuss scientific evidence-based practice around the world. I would like to invite Mrs. Vinisha P.V., lecturer at Father Muller College of Nursing, for the paper presentation. Mrs. Vanita P.V., please come forward for the paper presentation. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm moving on.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
My slides are visible?
Sorry, not yet, ma'am. Can you please share the screen, ma'am? Ma'am, can you please share the PPT?
I think it is with Kavya, ma'am. Can you please share that one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. A very good afternoon. I have done a study on effectiveness of video-assisted intervention on perception and anxiety among patients undergoing robotic surgery in a selected hospital, Mangaluru. Ma'am, next slide. There are times when a procedure may have benefits, but a patient is unwilling to undergo surgery for their own reasons. Making this choice is their right. Many patients view surgery as a last option rather than their first choice in treatments. The need for a surgery can be a confusing and frightening prospect, and people may have many questions. Robotic-assisted surgery has a great future in India, but majority people are not aware about robotic surgery. Ma'am, next slide. The need of the study. Identifying risk factors helps the nurse to provide psychological support during the preoperative visits so that stress can be reduced. Less number of studies to date has looked at patients' perception and their understanding of various surgical approaches. And my objectives were to determine the level of perception among patients undergoing robotic surgery before and after video-assisted intervention, to determine the level of anxiety among patients undergoing robotic surgery before and after video-assisted intervention, to find the association between the level of perception and selected baseline and clinical variables, to find the association between the level of anxiety and selected baseline and clinical variables. I have done a quantitative approach using one group pretest post-test design in a selected hospital, Mangaluru. My samples were patients who got admitted in genitourinary and oncology ward undergoing robotic surgery, and my sample size was 30. They were selected using non-probability purposive sampling technique. And this was my study design. On the day 1, I have given my pre-test before the intervention. Then intervention was done 15 minutes after the pre-test. post test 1 was done 15 minutes after the intervention, and on the day 5th, I have done my post test 2. Here, the data presented in table 2 shows that majority of the participants had a medium level perception in pre-test, but in the post-test 1, majority of the participants had a high level perception after video-assisted intervention. The majority of the participants had a high level perception during post-test 2. The data presented in table 3 shows that the mean pre-test post-test 1, pre-test post-test 2, and post-test 1, post-test 2. The level of perception has increased from pre-test to post-test 1 and from post-test 1 to post-test 2. The data presented in table 4 shows that majority of the participants had moderate anxiety in pre-test, but in the post-test, only half of the participants had moderate anxiety after video-assisted intervention. Nearly half of the participants had no or minimal anxiety in the post-test 2. The data presented in table 5 shows that the mean pre-test post-test 1, pre-test post-test 2, and post-test 1, post-test 2. The level of anxiety has decreased from pre-test to post-test 1 and from post-test 1 to post-test 2. The present study is consistent with the findings of another study conducted in Vellore, India, to assess the effectiveness of instructional video on preoperative anxiety of patients undergoing orthopedic surgery in a selected hospital. The research showed significant difference between pre-test and post-test score in the experimental group. The result of the present study is inconsistent with the findings of another study conducted on patient perception regarding preoperative information to anxiety towards surgery in India by Lakra D and Kujur SP revealed that older patients were more anxious than younger ones, and increasing level of education decreases anxiety, and in my study there was no association found. Next slide. The study concluded that there was significant difference in levels of anxiety and perception after video-assisted intervention. From the study findings, it is evident that preoperative information will help to reduce postoperative complications like increase in postoperative pain, delay of healing, and prolonged hospital stay. And these are my references. Thank you.
The bird machine. Check.
Christmas weaves a magic wand over this world. Behold, everything is softer and more beautiful. Happy Christmas.
Check.
There is no you and me on Christmas Day. It's just us. Merry Christmas.
In this holiday, I wish you wonderful days filled with smile and laughter. Merry Christmas.
Thank you for your paper presentation. We enhance our amazing multifaceted profession with you through international conference. I would like to invite Ms. Reksha S.R., Associate Professor, Gopala Gowda Santaveri Memorial College of Nursing for paper presentation. Ms. Reksha S.R.
Good afternoon to everyone.
I would like to thank to Ebenezer Nursing College to give a good opportunity to us to make a paper presentation. And also I would like to thankful to organize this very good innovations in nursing. That is a very good topic we have from the morning session we have been asking now. Thank you for the Tricia ma'am and also the organizer Kavya ma'am also I like to thank you ma'am. And I wanted to share my things. Is it my slides are sharing, ma'am? Excuse me. Is it my slides are sharing, ma'am?
No, your slides are not visible.
Ma'am, can you share by them, ma'am? Kavya ma'am is
Yes.
having that one.
Yes, ma'am, we can share it.
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone. This is just a moment. Good afternoon to everyone. This is my title of the study, that is a study to assess the effectiveness of video assisted teaching program on knowledge regarding the expression of breast milk and its management among postnatal mothers of neonates in the NICU. And my study was conducted over in the Hassan Shri Chamarajendra hospital in that district hospital we have done. Can you share next slide? Okay, this is my objectives of my study, that is to assess the knowledge regarding expression of breast milk and its management among postnatal mothers of neonates in NICU. And second objective is to evaluate the effectiveness of video assisted teaching program regarding expression of breast milk and its management among postnatal mothers of neonates in NICU. And third, my objective is says that to determine the association between the post-test knowledge scores regarding expression of breast milk and its management with their selected demographic variables. These are three objectives I have been made to by this. And coming to that review of literature, I have taken one of the topics, that is review related to the expression of breast milk. And this is my review. In this review, I got a supportive to the discussion also to my study, but it is not done in Karnataka. It is done in the Puducherry, in one of the Puducherry, and the sample size and samples also has been before over there we have been done. Can you share next slide? Okay, I have been selected. My methodology is that research approaches in this study, that is a quantitative evaluate approach will be adopted. And coming to the research design, that is a one group pre-test and post-test, and it is becomes as a quasi experimental design. I have been used as a research design. Next slide, please. Okay. This is my schematic representation of research study which I have done. That the research design is a quasi-experimental research design, and population is comes to as a postnatal mothers, and sample is a postnatal mothers. Neonates are in the NICU in Shri Chamarajendra Hospital, Hassan. And next, coming to my sampling technique, I have been used, that is a non-probability sampling, that is a convenient sampling I have been taken. My sample size is 40 postnatal mothers I have been chosen over there whose babies is in NICU. And also coming to the tools which I have been collected in the form of a structured interview schedule I have been taken. And coming after that, I taken as a data collection in the pre-test. First I did by the pre-test. After that, the intervention has been given as a video assisted teaching program to the mothers, and then we have been taken as in the seventh day I took the post test of that mothers, and I have been make that data analysis in the three aspects, that is with the descriptive statistics and also inferential statistics I have been used in my statistical analysis. Can you move next slide? Yes, this is the criteria for selection I have been taken. In that inclusion criteria, mother who are willing to participate in my study, and coming to the exclusion criteria who are absent during that time, we have been taken as an exclusion of criteria, and mother who are present during that time of data collection I have taken as an inclusion, and mother who are not willing to participate I have been excluded in my criteria for selection. Next slide, please. And in my part of data collection, I have been chosen in the two part I have been did my data collection. In the part one, I taken as a socio-demographic data. It consists of 10 items as an age, gender, sex, and their annual income, and also with the what occupational they are there. And next, coming to the second part, that is a structured knowledge questionnaire I have been taken. In that 40 items were there in the 4 different areas I have been categorized. That is an introduction to the expression of breast milk and how that defines as an EBM. And also second one is an EBM preparation, how to prepare the EBM, and also methods of sterilization of vessels using for the expression of breast milk, and methods of expression how like in the manual and also with the electronic pumps using also we have been included. And coming to the third and fourth part, that is on storage of EBM, how you can storage that expressed breast milk, and also how you can go with the feeding techniques for this expressed breast milk. How can you feed to the babies who's in NICU? So this is the four ways, categories wise I have been taken the data collection. Can you move next slide? Okay, this is my results and discussion. This is the table of my pretest scores which I have been get. Inadequate ways, I got 95% inadequate knowledge we have been faced, and also only 5% of moderate I have been get, and adequate personnel nobody was there. Next slide please. So this is my graphical representation of my pretest scores. There is an inadequate knowledge was more in my area of study which I have been taken. Please move next slide. And this is my postness knowledge score. After my intervention, I got an adequate knowledge of an 100%. I got not only inadequate and moderate, I didn't face over there. Adequate knowledge the mother is having. And this video has been the intervention of the video assisted teaching measurement. It has been going to apply every day of my time of period, like 7 days also. The intervention has been displaying over in the NICU. Next slide, please. So this is the graphical representation of my post-test knowledge level. That is an adequate 100% result I got. Next slide. And coming to the discussion, the expression of breast milk and its management among postnatal mothers whose neonates in NICU. In my present study, I got that 95% inadequate knowledge and 5% have moderate knowledge, and none of them have the adequate knowledge in my pre-test. And coming to the post-test, I got with the mothers with the after intervention, I got 100% adequate knowledge. And this study has been going to the present study findings were supported by the following, that is the T. Bhuvaneshwari and Manjubala Das in Puducherry. They have been occurred with this, but they got that pre-test knowledge over there, 75% result they got in pre-test, and inadequate 75% were there. And coming to their after intervention, they go with the post-test scores that is about 95%, not 100% sure they are getting. By this discussion, I could say that as our study in Karnataka is very much efficient work has been done over in the Karnataka state. Next slide, please. And next, coming to this, study has been implicated in the nursing implication. As a nursing practice, this is one of the cost-effective intervention can be promoted in the healthy living of the mother, and it is very important to nursing practice to improve the mother's quality of life. And next, coming to the second implication, that is on a nursing education. In the nursing education, this topic of EBM and EBM management can be included in the nursing curriculum also. And coming to the nursing administration, nowadays by planning and organizing this, some of the educational program in the every institution as an administrators can be taken this to enhances the knowledge and skill of the postnatal mothers who will comes for the OPD sections, and also in some of the persons like coming for after the postnatal follow-ups and all, they can use as one of the thing. And coming to the nursing research implication, that is it moves as an extensive and intensive study can be conducted in the different areas by using some different methods of teachings, and settings and samples also can be used with the different way. And I could recommend this study as a very effective study in a different characteristics. That is, the study can be replicated on a large sample with a control group also they can take. And coming to the another one, a comparative study may be conducted to find out the effectiveness between the video assisted teaching program and self-instructional modules. And coming to the third point, that is a similar study can be undertaken using other teaching strategies in the community sectors also they can do. And similar study can be conducted with the larger number of samples selected by wider generalization like urban, especially in the some of the working women's you can done in some of the IT companies and all. This is very beneficiaries to the working women's also. And a similar study can be conducted on the healthcare professionals in relevant with the settings with the different demographic variables. We can go with these studies. Okay, next slide. Thank you for my paper presentation to give the good opportunity. Thank you to one and all.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be the part of Ebenezer effort on international conference. Wishing you very success. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Ms. Raksha, for your paper presentation. This is an excellent opportunity to share the best practice, initiative, research project, new trends, technologies, and current progress in nursing. I invite Professor J. Dhanalakshmi, Principal, Department of Medical Surgical Nursing, Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan College of Nursing, to present the paper. Professor J. Dhanalakshmi.
Ma'am, my PPT is visible?
PPT is not visible, ma'am. Is it okay that we can share it, ma'am?
Ma'am, 1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can start the presentation.
Ma'am, it is visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can start the presentation.
Next slide. Next slide. Changes. Change பண்ணுங்க. Change பண்ணுங்க. Ma'am, it is visible? My voice is audible?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is audible.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for giving this opportunity to present paper on this occasion. The study is effectiveness of video assisted teaching program on knowledge regarding cardiopulmonary resuscitation among first year DGNM students at Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan School of Nursing. The introduction: CPR is an emergency procedure that combines chest compression, often with artificial ventilation, is an effort to manually preserve intact brain function until further measures are taken to restore spontaneous blood circulation and breathing in a person who is in a cardiac arrest. It is recommended in those who are unresponsive with no breathing or abnormal breathing, for example, agonal respiration. Next slide. Every nurse and physician should be skilled in CPR because cardiac arrest, the sudden cessation of breathing, and adequate circulation of blood by heart may occur at any time or any settings. Resuscitation measures are divided into two components: basic life support and advanced cardiac life support. The American Heart Association established the standards for CPR and is actually involved in teaching BCLS and ACLS to health professionals. The American Heart Association recommends that nurses and physicians working with patients be certified in BCLS and ACLS. CPR alone is not enough to save life in most of cardiac arrest patients. So that's why we have selected the basic of the student should know the CPR. So we have conducted the study for that. So the need for study: CPR is a rescue procedure to be used when the heart and lungs have stopped working. There is a wide variation in the in the reported incidents and outcome for out of hospital cardiac arrest as well as difference in treatment after it onset. Next, objectives of this study: to assess the level of knowledge regarding cardiopulmonary resuscitation among first year DGNM students. Second, to evaluate the effectiveness of video essay teaching program and knowledge regarding CPR among first year DGNM students at Dhanlaxmi Srinivasan School of Nursing. Third one, to find the association between previous knowledge regarding CPR among first year DGNM students. Next, hypothesis was there will be significant difference between pre-test and post-test knowledge score regarding CPR among first year DGNM students. Hypothesis 2, there will be a significant association between the pre-test knowledge regarding CPR with the selected demographic variables of first year DGNM students. Next, operational definitions were made. This name of evaluate and effectiveness and video teaching program, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, knowledge of students and students. Then the assumption of the study was the first year DGNM students may have some knowledge regarding CPR. Then there will be enhancement in the knowledge of the first year DGNM students after administration of video essay teaching program. The limitations was the study was conducted to those who are available during data collection period, the age group of 19 to 22 years, willing to participate in the study. The conceptual framework was made, again is open system model. Then review of literature is, we have divided in the following criteria: incidence and prevalence of cardiac arrest, knowledge on CPR, and video essay teaching program. So knowledge on CPR regarding their steps and positions and purpose, that indications, contraindications, we have divided in the review of literature. Next, methodology. Next. So research methodology, the research approach was quantitative evaluative research approach. Research design, pre-experimental, one group pre-test and post-test research design was used for this study. Methodology. Next. Variables of the study, independent variables. The independence variables was CPR technique was in the independent variables. The dependent variables, knowledge on video essay teaching program. The settings, Dhanlaxmi Srinivasan School of Nursing. Next slide. Inclusion criteria were population. The population of the study was first year DGNM students. Sample the first year DGNM students at Dhanlaxmi Srinivasan School of Nursing. Sample size were 30 for first year DGNM students we have selected by the convenience sampling technique. Then inclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria, first year DGNM students, the age group between 19 and 22, able to read and write English. Exclusion criteria, not willing to participate, not able to read English, not available during the time of data collections. The development and description of the tool was divided into section A and section B. Section A is considered as a demographic variables. Section B, the investigation prepared structure questionnaire consists of knowledge items such as indication, contraindication steps we have used in the study. It's ethical consideration prior to collection of data and inform the concern was obtained from the students. Next, data collection procedures. The pre-test was conducted from the students of first year DGNM students. Then you have given the structure teaching, this video essay teaching program on knowledge regarding the CPR among first year DGNM students. And after 7 days, the post-test was conducted to find out the effectiveness of the study. Then the data analysis. The data analysis, the demographic variables consist of age in year, sex, type of residence, type of family, religion, previous knowledge about CPR, and if yes, the source of information through, then students group in standard in the 12th. Then assess the level of knowledge regarding CPR among section B. Inadequate knowledge in the pre-test, 4% is having the inadequate knowledge. The moderate adequate knowledge was 24 and adequate knowledge 22. In post-test where the inadequate knowledge 0, the moderate adequate knowledge 3%, then adequate knowledge 97%. Then evaluate the effectiveness of VDSA teaching program here. The level of knowledge comparing to the pre-test and post-test, the mean differences were 16, t-value 27.3. So it is stable, considering the table value, it is a significant. So the hypothesis first one was accepted. Then association between pre-test score and VDSA teaching program regarding CPR, there is no significant association between their demographic variables. The discussion here in posts, the majority of the students have achieved the 97% in the adequate knowledge in the objectives 1. Then there is a hypothesis was accepted in this study. So summary, the level of knowledge were 97% of the adequate knowledge, 3% have moderate knowledge, none of them have unfavorable knowledge on CPR. Then comparison of mean, standard deviation, pre-test and post-test score on level of knowledge regarding CPR. Pre-test mean score 7, standard deviation 3.93 and the mean percentage was 44%. The post-test mean 33%, standard deviation and percentage was 86. The conclusion from these above findings, it was concluded that the various teaching program on knowledge regarding CPR was effective for first year DGNM students. The implications of nursing, the findings of the study are implication in nursing services and nursing administration, nursing research. Nursing services, CPR technique can be used by the nursing professionals who are working at ICU, cardiac department and all hospitals and clinical settings for further reinforcing their practice. CPR technique can also used in Dhanlaxmi Srinivasan College of Nursing. The nurse need to take up the responsibility to conduct a video as a teaching program on CPR. Nurses and health professionals should educate about CPR. The nurse can conduct in-service education program for health team members for better services, giving the nursing services. The nursing education, students has to update their knowledge regarding CPR in emergency management. The faculty members to motivate the students to learn about the cardiac arrest and immediate care. The nurse educator should educate the nursing personnel about how to improve their CPR technique. In nursing administration, nursing administrator can organize an in-service program on hand CPR technique in various health sectors and agencies. Then nurse administrator can support the nurse for conducting research on CPR practice. The nursing research, the study may be used for further reference. Further larger scale can be selected for in different settings. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity to present the paper.
Thank you, Professor Dhanalakshmi, for your paper presentation. We are committed to quality education and prepare students for global competitiveness. I invite Professor Simranjit Kaur, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, Adarsh University, Badanta, to present the paper.
Good afternoon, one and all present over in this platform. Is this my voice audible to everybody?
Yes, it's your voice is audible, ma'am.
Just a minute, ma'am. It will take a time. I will share my screen.
Excuse me. Is it okay that we can share this screen? Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Ma'am, is this visible?
It's not visible. Yeah, you can start the presentation. We are sharing this screen. It's visible, ma'am. You can
is this
start the
visible now?
presentation. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon again. Sorry for inconvenience. So today I'm going to present my research paper presentation, and the topic of research presentation is on nosocomial infection again. So starting with the background of the study, catheter-associated urinary tract infection is one of the most important cause of morbidity and mortality in Indian subjects, affecting all age groups. That we all know. COTI are the most frequent nosocomial infections, with the daily risk of developing the COTI, that is the catheter-associated urinary tract infection, being 3 to 7% in the acute care setting. Apart from increasing hospital stay and cost, COTI is associated with increased morbidity and mortality. More importantly, these patients become reservoir of the infections, microorganisms that can result in more serious hospital-acquired infections. So the catheterized patients are at the risk of catheter-related urinary tract infection. Various risk factors for infection include longer duration of catheterization. This is one of the most important risk factors where the catheter-associated urinary tract infection actually inhibits colonization of the drainage bag, diarrhea, diabetes, absence of antibiotics, female gender, renal insufficiency, error in catheter care, and immune compromised states of the patient. Around 80% of the urinary tract infection is because of use of indwelling urinary catheters. So need for this study, nurses are generally responsible initially for catheterizing the patients and then providing care to the catheterized patient in order to prevent the catheter-associated urinary tract infection. They need to follow the appropriate and safe practices while performing procedure related to catheter. So with this background,
Excuse
yes,
me,
ma'am,
sorry for the
pardon?
interruption. We can't see your screen, the slides that are sharing. It's open, but it's not visible. It's not changing. Yeah, right.
Ma'am, now it's. Ma'am, now it's.
Can you make it full screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is this okay now?
It's.
Ma'am, is this okay now?
It's okay.
Make it full screen, please.
Sir, it's a full screen only.
No, it's not full screen.
On my laptop, it's full screen, sir.
Here it's not getting present.
Stop sharing.
So, it's okay.
It's okay, go ahead, present.
Yes, sir. Sir, now it's, ma'am, now it's visible?
No, it's not there. Kavya, it's in your laptop. Please share it.
Yes, sir. We will share it, sir. You can start the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. So coming to the review of literature, the literature related to is related to the prevalence of COTY among male and female patients. So the statement of the problem is a study to assess the prevalence of catheter-associated urinary tract infection among male and female patients admitted in tertiary care hospital, Bathinda. And the objectives for this study is to assess the prevalence of catheter-associated urinary tract infection among male and female patients and to find out the association between prevalence of COTY among male and female patients with their clinical variables. So the methodology for the study is research approach is not experimental approach. Research design is a descriptive design. Variables, research variable is the prevalence of COTY. Extraneous variable are the selected clinical variables of the patient, which includes gender, diagnosis, indication of catheterization, presence of comorbid illness, any previous catheterization, any previous history of UTI, total days of catheter, and administration of the antibiotics. Setting of the study, patients admitted in ICU, CCU, surgery, orthopedic, gynecological, and obstetrical wards. Target population is the catheterized patient and accessible population is catheterized patient for 7 days, tertiary care hospital, Bathinda. And sampling technique is the purposive sampling technique. Sample size is 200 patients. Inclusion criteria for the patients are the subjects between the age group of 18 to 60 years old, the patient who had indwelling urinary catheter inserted at the time of admission, both male and female patient, both conscious and unconscious patient, patients having urinary catheter in situ for minimum 7 days. Exclusion criteria is patients having UTI or any other genitourinary disorders at the time of admission, patient whose urine sample with bacteriuria already taken within 24 hours, patient who had catheterized outside the hospital, who had genital wound, allergic and dermatitis, having suprapubic catheterization, immunocompromised patient, patients having temperature 100° Fahrenheit on admission, and patients whose catheter was removed or those who were discharged or transferred. Tool for the study is the clinical variable, COTY assessment checklist that includes few parameters, that is fever, suprapubic tenderness, costovertebral angle pain, pus discharge, bad odor urine, cloudy urine, dysuria, and rigor. And there are certain clinical sign and symptom also taken for the patient, that is pulse cells, epithelial cells, bacteria, and the cast. Technique is recording and reporting. Content validity was done by few experts and reliability were ensured by interrelated reliability. Now come to the analysis part of the study. Frequency and percentage distribution of male and female in patients with the prevalence of COTY. Total number of patients are 200 and it shows that females are total 89 in number and males are 111. And the criteria for this prevalence is COTY, catheter-associated asymptomatic bacteria, and non-COTY. And it is found that 17% of female were having the 47% of the female suffering from the COTY, whereas 50% are catheter-associated asymptomatic bacteria, whereas in male, 52% suffering from COTY and 50% were showing the catheter-associated asymptomatic bacteria. So next table is table number 2, frequency and percentage distribution of the microorganisms in the COTY male and female patient. And this table shows a significance level, which shows that most of the patient, male and female, had E. coli 12.44% out of 27 males and 12.48% out of 25 male. Along further with the Klebsiella, Enterobacter, Pseudomonas, Staphylococcus, Enterococcus, and Candida and Proteus. So association of the prevalence of COTY among male patients with selected clinical variable shows that no significant association of COTY with diagnosis, indication of catheterization, previous experience of catheterization, previous history of UTI administration of. However, there is a significant association of total number of days catheter used and the comorbid illness. Similarly, association of prevalence of COTY among female patients with the selected variable shows that there is no significant association of prevalence of COTI with diagnosis, indication of catheterization, previous experience of catheterization, previous history of UTI and administration of antibiotics. However, there is a significant association, again, same as that of male, with the total number of catheters used and the comorbid illness with the chi-square of 16.6 and 34.5 respectively. Next comes to the nursing implications. The implications are not present in this PPT because I have sent this PPT to Kavya ma'am yesterday. So I have added the implications related to the nursing practice, nursing education and the research. So this nursing practice, the staff nurses should use the standardized, valid, reliable catheter care checklist because this is the main procedure being done by the staff nurses. So clinical practice of staff nurses regarding catheter care should be assessed regularly and feedback should be given. Staff nurses regularly patient to the implication related to nursing education is nursing students are the future nurses who will provide direct patient care. So there will always be need to acquire and update existing body of knowledge in order to enhance the competency in dealing. So nurses should be educated about infection. Next, last out of 89 female patients, 25 have developed female. The number of COTI cases was recorded in both sexes in the study. So similar studies documented by studies and at all increased after the conclusion, COTI has low prevalence percent, asymptomatic percent in the hospital with common pathogens being equal. It is one of the most important notable pathogen causing the infection among admitted patients. So the patients present mainly as asymptomatic bacterial colonization and risk of COTI increases with the longer duration of catheterization. So this study provides a scope for similar studies to be undertaken in this institute, taking larger sample size so that clear picture can be obtained regarding the true prevalence of COTI. So rest are the references. Thank you very much, and thank you the management and the organizing committee to provide this opportunity to us to present the paper, and all the best and congrats. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Simran, for your paper presentation. Gaining knowledge makes you to practice more, learning to be a best nurse. I would like to invite Professor Kirandeep Kaur, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, Adarsh University, Badanta, to present the paper. Professor Kirandeep, I would like to welcome you for the presentation of paper.
Today I am going to present a presentation on the topic of relationship between stress and eating habits among nursing students. Is this visible to everyone, please?
No, ma'am, it's not visible. Yes, now it's visible.
Will? Oh. Thank you so much. Ma'am, whether you have started or it's mine side?
You can continue. You can continue.
Okay.
Ma'am, you can start, continue your presentation.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. So first of all, it's the introduction. So food is vital necessity for every person, so needs every day. Everyone needs food for their survival. In one of the foremost chapters learned in life is necessity to live. So we must eat food. Life can be sustained only with adequate nourishment. Human beings need food for proper growth and development of the body and to lead an active and healthy life. Without food, nobody can survive for a longer period in this world. The eating habits can be influenced by a complex interplay of social, economical, and technological forces. Stress can be explained as the generalized, non-specific response of the body to any factor that overpower or endanger to overpower the body's adjusting abilities to maintain the balance. University or college students faces many stresses such as compete with peers or friends, pressure to succeed in life, academic overburden, adjusting with the new environment, joining new guys, and from time to time money issues. Long-lasting stress results in the rise of obesity, a weight problem which can activate the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis and the sympathetic nervous system. During stress, certain hormones like cortisol can provoke appetite. A rising level of cortisol injection in the body accompanied with improved appetite, especially for those food which are rich in sugar and fat. So current research found that students who gain weight during this period tend to continue a slow, steady gain in weight. A recent study performed by Nelson reported that students in transition from adolescence to adulthood were at risk for excess weight gain, likely due to excess food consumption. Students entering college may be making independent decisions about their diet, activity, and television viewing behaviors for the first time. They also concluded that new environmental and factors might emerge during this time period and have a greater influence on their behavior. So next I'll move upon towards need for the study. So maximum people live in a stressful situations and we all the time eat as a way of dealing with stress or as a means to calm ourselves. So like researchers who studied Chinese college students reveal that much more women had problems with their body than men and hence why feelingly eat. So review of literature. So literature review is related to stress and eating habits among students. So problem statement I have explored to you prior, a study to assess the relationship between stress and eating habits among nursing students in selected College of Nursing, Bathinda, Punjab. So objectives of the study are as follows: to assess the level of stress among nursing students. Second, to assess the eating habits among nursing students. Third, to find the correlation between stress and eating habits among nursing students. And last, fourth, to find out the association between stress and eating habits with the selected socio-demographic variables. So next I'll move on to materials and methods. So quantitative research approach was adopted for the study and a descriptive correlational research design was used for the study. The study was conducted in College of Nursing, Adesh University, Bathinda, and the population taken for the study was BSc Nursing third year students. So total sample size was 80 students and the sample was selected by using non-probability convenient sampling technique. So criteria for sample selection are as follows. So it comes under the two categories, inclusive criteria and exclusive criteria. So under inclusive criteria, students who are able to participate in the study. Second, students who are available and cooperative at the time of data collection. Third, male and female nursing students aged 19 to 21 were asked to participate in the study. Exclusive criteria, so students who are on leave and sick during the time of data collection and students who are non-cooperative. So next is development of tool and it consists of two sections, section A and section B. So section A includes socio-demographic variables such as age in years, gender, religion and type of staying. Section 2 includes compulsive eating scale which was used to measure uncontrollable eating patterns of the participants and stressful situations questionnaire was used to measure stress in the participants. Compulsive eating scale has 8 items, which was used to assess the inability to control one's eating behavior in terms of overheat eating and eating when not hungry. And SSQ, that is Stressful Situations Questionnaire, has 38 items and which was used to assess the level of reported apprehension or anxiety in various situations relevant to nursing students. So next is the analysis part. So in this first section includes frequency and percentage distribution of socio-demographic variables of BSc nursing students, and table 1 depicts that maximum 56.25% students were in the age group of 20 years, and maximum 56.25% students were female, and 72.5% students were belongs to Muslim category, and maximum 96.95% students were hostler. And section 2 belongs to objectives. So objective 1 is to assess the level of stress among nursing students, and table 2 depicts that maximum 63.75% students had high level of stress, followed by 36.25% students had low level of stress, and which was assessed with the help of SSQ. So this figure depicts clearly low stress and high stress among students. So next, second is objective 2 to assess the eating habits among nursing students, and table 3, it depicts that maximum 55% students had poor eating habits, and 45% students were having good eating habits, and which was assessed by CES scale. So this is the pie diagram. So next is table 4, objective 3, correlation between stress and eating habits among nursing students, and table 4 depicts that there was a positive strong correlation between level of stress and eating habits at R is equals to 0.417 with p value of 0.001, which is less than 0.05 level of significance. So next is table 5, objective 4, to find the association between stress and eating habits with the selected demographic variables, and table 5 depicts that among all socio-demographic variables, gender was significantly associated with eating habits at p less than 0.05, and none of other socio-demographic variables were significantly associated with level of stress and eating habits. The next part is discussion. So similar study was conducted by M. Azil L. Abdul, who highlighted the stress and eating habits among students, and the results revealed that 86% had high level of stress while 94.5% had poor eating scale, and there was strong correlation at 0.6 between CES and SSQ at P level 0.001. Another similar study was conducted by Gohar Bretney, who highlighted the relationship between stress and eating in college-aged students, and the results revealed that there was also a significant correlation between the amount of overeating and stress was found at R is equals to 0.3. So conclusion, at the end, the study concluded that there was association between eating habits and exposure to stressful situations among nursing students. Students living at their home displayed good eating habits than residing outside their home. It is necessary for students to be aware of the possible correlation between stress and uncontrollable eating habits. From the study, it is suggested that during stress, students should be counseled properly, otherwise it leads to increase in BMI, obesity, and other serious problems. The present study has several implications in nursing practice, nursing education, nursing administration, and nursing research. And next part is references. Thank you all. So this is all about my research presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Kirandeep for your paper presentation. Please be waited for the result announcements. Judges, please note about the results. The whole nurse demonstration more than a nurse teaching. I invite the representative, Mr. Sudhir, from Mudland Digital Company for a demo session. I request everyone to please wait patiently for the announcement of the results.
Hi, am I audible and you can see me?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Sir, you are audible.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, good afternoon, one and all. This is Sudhir from Medland. So, so where does it go for either in a hospital or from a nursing college? But where is e-learning coming there? So, that is a problem that Medlearn is solving right now. So, Medlearn will help nurses, healthcare professionals in giving e-learning modules to upskill their career. So before we get started, just a small 1-minute intro of what Medlearn does.
Hospitals work round the clock to serve patients. Being at the center of the action, hospital physicians and staff must confront every situation and every challenge. They must also keep up with evolving health needs and knowledge through ongoing comprehensive training programs. What they need is a promising solution to ensure a continuous learning journey.
In today's world, technology is transforming life. Be it taxis, food delivery, everything we need is at our fingertips. Education is also going through a transformation, and we are at the forefront in the healthcare industry.
Medlearn is a comprehensive learning, training, and skill development platform incubated at Impulses in India for healthcare professionals to attain the right mix of content, learning, and skills that help them throughout their career. The platform offers a wide variety of courses that enable hospitals to meet their employee training and development needs in areas of quality compliance, soft skills, and induction. The platform is designed in a way that it enables easy tracking of real-time status of their learning. What's unique about this platform is that it's accessible anytime, anywhere, ensuring quality learning literally at your fingertips. Hospitals can now assign courses and track the competencies of users on specific topics with Medlearn's intelligent assessment tool, which gives them better administrative control. Its superior courseware helps hospitals provide standardized care and bridge skill gaps at every level in the organization. The healthcare professionals will also become more efficient and empowered when their learning journey progresses with ease and at their convenience. Let us unite to improve healthcare in India by spreading knowledge through technology. Medlearn, better prepared for better care.
Yeah. So fine. So that was an intro of Medlearn, what we do exactly. So before we start, what Medlearn, how is going to help the nursing complete the ecosystem. So I think from morning, from the first speaker to till the last speaker, everybody was saying the same thing. Healthcare has become one of the India's largest sector in both the terms of revenue and employability. But India has a competitive advantage lies in its large pool of well-trained medical professionals. And you can see a lot of people from outside the country come back to India from different countries to get their treatment, because the only reason is the cost effective in India is about 1/3 of that in US or other Western European countries. So this is from the government, that what is their budget that has been allocated and what is the future growth that they're doing. So we can see public private partnership, National Ayush Mission, and Vision 2035 public health surveillance in India, and credit incentives for healthcare infrastructure. And they also pointed out one more thing called as rising manpower and medical colleges, availability of large pool of well-trained medical professionals in the country, which is a need of the hour. Yes. So coming back to the basic of a nurse role. So as many of the professionals or the dignitaries have said that India is in need of 4.5 million more trained nurses by 2024 to meet WHO norms. So right now it is 1.7 nurses per thousand population. So India is in shortfall of 3 nurses per thousand population. So they said, noting that country needs 4.3 million more nurses by 2024 to meet WHO norms. So how Medlearn is solving this challenge? It's only the world is by upskilling. Yes, Medlearn, it's not only helping nurses and the hospitals with the courseware to meet the training and development needs. So we have the categories of courses. One, we have category of training programs, we have category of courses. So training programs mainly RCNI, like Royal College of Nursing UK, and NABH with 5th edition, and American Heart Association like Basic Life Support, Trauma Nursing Core Care like TNCC. It comes under the training programs what we give. On the other side, we have courses like induction courses, healthcare courses, soft skill courses to upskill each and everyone in a healthcare. So how the learning process goes on. So whatever modules, whatever learning program we give an intro video of that, and we give a pre-test to make sure that what knowledge the particular person has before they start taking up the concepts. And the concept, like the content contains PPTs, videos, and once they complete that, we need to test the knowledge. So we have a post-test. So the pre-test and post-test tells us what knowledge we have gained. Yes, coming to the important thing for the nurses, what we got is the RCNI, which is called as Royal College of Nursing UK. It's the world's largest nursing union and a professional body. So Medlearn has partnered with RCNI, a subsidiary of Royal College of Nursing UK, to bring evidence-based and peer-reviewed courseware that promotes the best practices in nursing care. So these topics included mainly what the nurses do day in, day out, like health, end of life care, shared decision making, communication skills, compassionate care, and patient safety. So these are all the topics that have been covered. So we categorize these topics into a modules called nursing care, which consists of 21 modules, and case management, which consists of 23 modules, and all the other nursing roles, compliance, self-development. Categorically, we have kept total 60 modules that will be covered in this course. So what is the value that we get from RCNI from a different press? So there are educators, there are nursing professionals, there are hospitals, there are institutions. For example, for a nurse educator in a hospital, so they can take this course as a part of their training and their development plan. So there are a lot of hospitals who are doing that. And ongoing professional updates in specialist areas for seniors. Okay, a senior is very good at the clinical, but they need to get their skills day in, day out. So for nursing professionals, they can broaden the set of skills through a range of specialized nursing care topics and earn a certificate, which is very important. They will get a certificate from prestigious RCNI and strengthen their career in the progression path, and prepare themselves for a complex roles in the organization and understand the best global practices. What is the benefit for a hospital? So they keep the nurses updated with the latest development in the nursing care, educate your nurses on the contemporary topics in the nursing that are aligned to the emerging trends in healthcare. Modules on case management designed to empower nurses and get them involved in decision making. Program also lays in a path for communication skills, patient safety, and patient-centric care. So what is the institution? If a nursing institution, what is the benefit that they have? So institution NAAC aggregation, international certificate course from prestigious association from Royal College of Nursing. They bridges gap between the nursing education practice and prepare students to join the workforce. Because I heard that people learn in the nursing colleges and they go tomorrow to a hospital, and what is that so that bridges the gap. This courses bridges the gap between them and aligns the institutional requirement to use e-learning in teaching, and covers the contemporary nursing topics where there is a limited training such as end of life care, compensatory care, meeting psychological needs and communication. So the features and benefits are here that we give it for 1 year. There are 40 modules that comes, and as a CPD we add two modules per month, so totally it is 60 modules, and they get a certification, and we have an annual subscription for that, and it's like on the app Go, which will come in later. So I think we need to just stop here and think like, what is a challenge that the nurses or the institution that they face is like they don't have time. So Medlearn has bought an important and a very good solution for that is Medlearn on the go app. So people can just download Medlearn app and just study. Instead of spending time on WhatsApp, they can spend time on Medlearn app. So let us go for a quick 1-minute demo. Yes, so it will give us what exactly we are speaking out, how it goes on. So we have 2 minutes still left for my 10 minutes, so we'll cover it in 2 minutes. So when we go to medlearn.com, there is a place called store where everything is present. So we go to a store. So suppose I just wanted to log in, so I just use my credentials to log in. So this is actually a lot of nurses who do day in, day out is the same way. It logs in. So I can see all my topics like courses, training programs, whatever we spoke, soft skills. So I can select whatever I need. So I go to my library. So I start a course like launch. I click on launch. So this is my place where we study everything. So this is a welcome. So it gives us how much time it will take to complete. So we'll start the session. Just there is a definition overview and there is a pre-test. So where I'll just skip it very fast. So you can just next question. Next question. So this is a pre-test where everyone should complete before they start the session, so that the pre-test will give what is the knowledge that they have on the topic before they start the actual session. So we'll submit the test and the results is up to here. So in pre-test we'll get, so you'll get this, either you can go back and give the test again, or we can go to the next session. So this is the actual topics where that is, where there is a definition. So everything, so whatever they are going through this, everything comes up. So what is a case study kind of a thing, and this goes all these things with the relevant topics by not, and there will be like a small task in between the sessions. So everybody will finish that. So once this is done, that comes to a post test. Once they have done, so we can just complete it. Yes. So once they complete it, we can go with the result. So there is a minimum pass mark for every test. Without that, there is no certification that comes up. So we have kept as minimum to minimum 60% as the pass mark. So they can go through the reviews and they can go back again. Yes. So this is a demo. So once they finish this RCNA course, they'll get a certificate like this. For each module, they'll be getting 60 certificates. Along with this, they'll be able to get the completion certificate. Yes, we are done. So this is what you can come back if you have any questions on here. That's all. Thank you from my side.
Mr. Sudhir, for your wonderful session. A good mother is always the best teacher. We are gratified to have a good mother, a teacher for tons of students, leading them the path of truth. I am honored to invite Professor Dr. Jasmine Joseph, former syndicate member, Principal, New Royal College of Nursing, who put a tremendous effort by giving full support and advice for the successful conduction of this event. And now we are almost to wind up our international conference, and it's the time for result announcement. I request Professor Dr. Jasmine Joseph, our advisory board member, to reveal the results of the paper presentation.
So I really appreciate all the participants who have took part, and before I know you are all waiting for results. Before that, let me congratulate the vibrant management, the dynamic principal, Dr. Teresa, and staff, students of Ebenezer College of Nursing for taking this great lead and organizing a meaningful international conference on excellence in healthcare innovations. So I should also in a very special way congratulate all the participants of today's paper presentation. And I know that you all urge to excel in your own professional career. So that's why you have taken this challenge, and you have done a study and you have presented it. Now coming to the results. So the first prize goes to Dr. Shabia Malik, and second position comes to Mrs. Vanita N, and third to Mrs. Jamuna Jaykumar, and we also have a consolation prize to Dr. Kirandeep Kaur. So these are the 4 prizes which have been announced. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and wish you all the very best.
Congratulations to the winners, and appreciating everyone who had done an amazing presentation. I'm extremely honored to have Dr. Sukanya, Observer, Karnataka State Nursing Council, who took part of this entire conference. I would like to invite you to share your thoughts with us. Dr. Suganya, Observer, Karnataka State Nursing Council. I would like to invite Dr. Suganya to address the audience.
Very good afternoon to all. I would like to congratulate all the team members and organizers of the Ebenezer Institution, School Management, and College of Nursing. Really, I'm happy to be part of the program. Actually, they selected very excellent presentation tool in panel discussions. Credit go to Madam Dr. Teresa. She took very academic excellence. Really, I'm glad to attend this session, Madam. Selection of the topic is meet the current trend and need for the nursing educators and nursing practitioners. It's an informative and excellent presentation. Overall, it's a very good presentation, Madam. Thank you, one and all. Always, I'm privileged to come attend this part of the program. Thank you, one and all the organizers and team of the members, faculty members, and chairman, sir. And I like to see all. It's a very good virtual program with all nursing legends. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, one and all.
It is excellent, Sukanya Madam. See you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sukanya, for your warm wishes and being with us. Gratitude is not the words, but the heart which expresses it. It's requisite to express the gratitude to everyone. I would like to invite Professor Kavya, our Research Coordinator, Ebenezer Group of Institution, to express our homage.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon to all. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. My sincere thanks to our honorable chief guest, Dr. Deepa Prasad, special guest, Dr. Ramu K, for their inspirational thoughts. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. I. Clement and Dr. Mala Thayumanavan for giving keynote address on excellence in healthcare innovations and nursing practice, which brought great knowledge and shaping in nursing innovation. My deepest thanks to our advisory board members, Professor Usha M. Bandari, Dr. Brojo Gopal Sarkar, Jyoti Martis, Dr. Amit Kumar Sarkar, Dr. Jasmine Joseph, Professor Sridhar KV for their valuable advice, guidance over this entire journey of conference. I would like to thank panel discussion team members, Dr. Larissa Marti Sam, Dr. Balasubramaniam Sir, Dr. Nisha Clement, Mr. Raghavendra Kambalu, Dr. Jayalakshmi N, Dr. Thresia Dennis for such a wonderful informative discussion session. My heartfelt thanks to all panel discussion members. A special thanks to Dr. Sukanya Observer from Karnataka State Nursing Council for your valuable feedback. Thank you, ma'am. I, on behalf of Ebenezer Group of Institution, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Registrar, Professor Usha M. Bandari, for the continuous support from Karnataka State Nursing Council. Thank you, ma'am. I take this privilege to thank our patrons with MedLearn, world-class digital education to soft skills training for their wonderful support. A special thanks to Dr. Renu Rawat, Head Content Strategy, MedLearn Digital Company for their wonderful session. Thank you, ma'am. A heartfelt thanks to Chief Patron, Mr. Sanjeev Chincholi, Secretary, Mrs. Upasana Chincholi, Patrons, Mr. Pankaj Roy, Mr. Lofi Lona Vellara, Mrs. Neetu Vellara, Conference Committee members, technical team members, our lovely principal, Dr. Thresia Dennis, Dr. Kumar K.R., staffs, students, and who made this event more interesting by presenting their research paper. And last but not the least, our beloved participants for making this conference as a grand success. Being a nurse means to hold all your own tears and start drawing smiles on people's faces. With this session, we will come to the end of this international conference. Once again, I thanks one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kavya R, for your wonderful expression of gratitude. Once again, I wish all the success and expressing gratitude to entire Ebenezer family, all our advisors, and each and every single person who worked behind to make this conference a great success. Hereby, we are winding up our international conference, February 2022. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello. Thresia ma'am, you are there? Hello, Thresia ma'am, you are there? Huh? all of them disconnected. And that's fine.